and international law, and resolutely safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity. China warns Japan to deeply reflect on its historical crimes, immediately stop interfering in China's internal affairs, cease provocative actions, and not to play with fire on the Taiwan question, for those who play with fire will perish by it.
Some analysts in Taiwan have condemned the Japanese Prime Minister's remarks, calling them overreaching and a provocation.
In the past, Japan treated Taiwan as a colony and invaded the mainland. Do you think the Chinese people will forget this? If you dare to make remarks like this about the Taiwan question, it seems you think you're tough. Just try and see.
The China-Japan joint communique states clearly that Taiwan is a part of China. What right do you, Sanae Takaichi, have to interfere in China's internal affairs?
Former Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba has rejected Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's remarks on Taiwan.
Regarding the Taiwan question, successive Japanese governments have consistently refrained from making decisive statements akin to, if a certain situation arises, we will take such action.
Speaking on the radio program, Ishiba said Takaichi's remarks were almost equivalent to, quote, if there is something wrong in Taiwan, there is something wrong in Japan. Former Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama said Takaichi is stoking crisis to justify military expansion. He added that the Taiwan question is China's internal affair. Former Prime Minister Yoshihiko Noda also called Takaichi's remarks a risky and reckless move. CDP lawmaker Ichiro Ozawa warned that Takaichi's rhetoric fuels tension and is extremely dangerous for Japan's future. Meanwhile, Russia's Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu also hit back at the Japanese Prime Minister's comments, saying Tokyo is willing to sacrifice its national interests to please the United States.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities, reinvent, find new opportunities, discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
China's Shenzhou-21 crewed spaceship has undocked from the space station combination. It will begin the return mission, sending the Shenzhou-20 taikonauts back to Earth. They're expected to touch down at the Dongfeng landing site in Inner Mongolia. The three taikonauts there, Chengdong, Chen Zhongrui, and Wang Jie, are in good shape. All systems are preparing for their arrival. The Shenzhou-20's return was postponed due to the impact of suspected tiny space debris on their spacecraft. Another spacecraft, the Shenzhou-22, will be launched to space station. At COP30 in Belém, Brazil, global health and climate leaders have warned that the climate crisis is directly impacting people's daily lives and increasingly overwhelming health systems.
The climate crisis is a health crisis for individuals, but also for health systems. Strong health systems are essential for protecting people against the health impacts of climate change.
Across the world, people are living the daily reality that the climate crisis is also a public health crisis. Rising temperatures, floods, droughts, and storms are claiming lives, fueling diseases and malnutrition, and placing immense pressure on health systems. A new Climate and Health Funders Coalition has committed an initial $300 million for integrated action to tackle both the causes of climate change and its consequences for health.
As the host of COP30, Brazil has launched an initiative called the Belém Health Action Plan. Led by the government of Brazil and the WHO, the plan focuses on the adaptation, equity, and climate justice. It aims to strengthen surveillance, build capacity, and support evidence-based climate health policies. Meanwhile, the $300 million fund from Climate and Health Coalition will support research and investment in solutions to extreme heat, air pollution, and infectious diseases. Experts say far more funding is still needed as climate-related health threats continue to rise. And climate change poses a particular threat to Colombia's natural resources. The South American nation holds close to 10% of the planet's biodiversity. But illicit endeavors such as illegal logging, mining, and the drug trade impact water resources and significantly contribute to land degradation there. Michelle Baik interviewed Colombia's Minister of Defense for his message to the international community.
Minister of Defense Pedro Sanchez, thank you for giving us this interview for CGTN.
Thank you for your interview.
We're going to be talking about climate change, which is a huge issue in Colombia. We have areas of the country like the Amazon rainforest, like the biodiverse Choco region that are under threat because of armed groups and their illegal activities. What is your message for the international community?
Our
grandparents have always said, you don't know what you have until you lose it. That applies to our planet. Right now, people may not feel it, but their children and grandchildren will. Earth is our only island. If we destroy it, there is nowhere else, and people are not very aware of the damage that's being caused. And the damage is global. What happens in the Sahara affects Florida and even Medellin. What happens in the Amazon affects rainfall here in Bogota. So protecting the Amazon isn't just Colombia's fight. It's a global responsibility.
Lo que pasa en el Amazonas va a impactar en el mundo entero.
If we continue this way, this will become like the apocalyptic movies we see. We'll leave our children a more hostile world with wars over food, water and land.
Vamos a viajar a Brasil para mirar.
That's why Colombia is working with Brazil and others to strengthen Amazon protection. But we also need global awareness. When someone cuts down forests for coca or illegal mining, they're not just feeding their family, they're killing someone else's, maybe their own neighbors.
Thank you, Minister, for this interview.
To Brazil's west is Peru, home to nearly 70% of the world's tropical glaciers in the vast Andes mountain range. Peru is dealing with the rapid loss of the Andean glaciers, putting water supplies at risk for millions of people. Glaciers have reduced in size by over half as a result of human-induced climate change. It's a critical issue under discussion at COP30. Dan Collins reports from Lima.
This is what climate change looks like. The steady drip-drip of melting glaciers that are shrinking before our eyes.
Glaciers are really one of the key indicators of climate change in terms of they're really visible in a way how you see climate change impacts, and everybody can easily understand. You don't have to be a glaciologist, a scientist, to understand. Well,
Fabian Drenken studies glaciers and water resources in Peru. The Andean country is home to 68% of the world's tropical glaciers. They are a critical source of fresh water for millions of people. But melting is escalating. In the past 6 decades, Peru has lost an area equivalent to about 2,200 football fields. Water shortages due to ice loss are already common in many mountain communities. Farmers rely on seasonal meltwater to irrigate crops and provide water for their livestock. However, now, that fresh water that they've relied on for centuries is becoming increasingly scarce. There are more than 200 glaciers and nearly 1,000 glacial lagoons along Peru's Andean mountain chain. Carbon emissions have been rising since the Industrial Revolution, but the trend has been particularly pronounced in the last half-century.
We know quite precisely that on average it is about 1% per year of glacial retreat we observe in Peru. However, it's important to acknowledge as well that this retreat at very local scale is highly variable. So we have some cordilleras, some mountain ranges in Peru, which in the last 60 years have not retreated by 50, 60%, but by 90%, for example. They have nearly completely disappeared.
As glaciers in the Cordillera Blanca mountain range have melted over the years, the lakes below them have filled with water. In some areas, like the Palcacocha Lake, it has heightened the risk of floods, with deadly consequences to Oras, the city below. Nearby glacial retreat after thousands of years has exposed rocks to the air, causing them to leach heavy metals into the rivers. The changes are happening fast.
We have to adapt, and very quickly adapt, to changes we already observe in our watersheds and in water availability, also downstream at the dry Pacific coast, where most of the large cities remain and where many productive activities are taking place.
It will take decades, but scientists say eventually these mighty glaciers may disappear completely. They warn Peru must start to adapt to a future without them. Dan Collins, CGTN, Peru.
Spirit, dive, rise. China's finest athletes and para-athletes push their limits at the National Games. For pride, for purpose, and for a shared passion, from the stadium lights to the sparkling lanes. They embody courage, show perseverance, and echo the spirit of a sporting China. In the vibrant Greater Bay Area, where Guangdong, Hong Kong SAR, and Macau SAR connect, where openness, innovation, and shared growth thrive. Cultures shine, industries flourish, and the future takes flight. The 15th National Games, strength, spirit, and aspiration in motion on CGTN this November.
From planning and preparation to presentation and execution, Yang Tek-Kang, director of the Hong Kong SAR government's office for the 15th National Games, has been involved at every step of the co-host's journey to the event.
由細到大，運動係我生活嘅一部分。咁幾十年，無論工作點忙都好啦，咁我都一定會抽啲時間呢係去打波。 你打先，你繼續。今日下晝仲有嘢做，練住咁多。
首先，我同你哋大家介紹下台上嘅嘉賓，包括有全國運動會香港賽區統籌辦公室主任楊德強先生，香港海關生日啦，就喺呢個保齡球館，就做我哋嗰個方面係再聯絡嘅。
今次2025年呢個全運會呢個預備工作呢，都係喺我做體育專員嘅時間已經開始㗎啦。因為全運會係4年一次啦，其實差唔多2018年嘅時間呢，就已經開始同廣東同埋澳門呢，大家去開始討論係咪可以合作辦呢個全運會。全運會工作呢，其實同呢個啟德體育園呢，都可以講係密不可分嘅。因為我哋當時2018年呢，有信心可以申辦呢個全運會呢。 都係基於我哋預計喺幾年之後呢，啟德體育園呢就會落成㗎啦。咁到時呢，我哋就會有好嘅場地設施，係可以做一啲全運會嘅項目。一個就係7人嘅橄欖球，會喺主場館度做嘅。咁另外喺呢個體藝館呢，就會先做呢個男子手球賽事，咁跟住呢就會做呢個劍擊嘅賽事。咁另外除咗呢個競賽項目之外呢，全運會係一啲群眾項目嘅。 咁我哋香港亦都會承辦一個就係保齡球項目，而保齡球咧亦都會擺喺啟德體育園嘅保齡球館嗰度做嘅。咁跟住喺11月做完呢個全運會之後咧，12月就係會做呢個殘特奧會，我哋嘅硬地滾球亦都會喺啟德體育園嘅體藝館，即係室內體育館裏邊咧係進行嘅。全運會係一個好大嘅比賽啦，全國最重要嘅一個運動嘅賽事，各個省市嘅運動員同埋有好多人咧，其實都非常重視嘅。咁所以咧，一定係要辦到一個好高嘅水準。所以咧，我哋係抱住一個非常之認真 全力以赴去做呢個賽事嘅。咁希望令到咧所有嚟香港嘅無論係運動員啦，或者係其他嘅觀眾或者嘉賓咧，都對香港留下一個好嘅印象。同埋呢個啟德體育園咧，我覺得係可以有更加大嘅推動作用，因為以前嚟講咧，我哋好多時我哋嘅運動員要參加啲高水平賽事，都要去到其他嘅地方。咁但係日後咧，我哋有咗咁好嘅場地咧，香港可以辦多啲嘅比賽，咁令到咧我哋嘅運動員咧係可以有主場之利。咁另外咧，亦都係咧俾多啲市民可以入場睇到啲賽事，從而咧亦都可以鼓勵多啲人咧係參與呢個體育運動，建立呢個體育運動嘅文化。咁所以咧，我自己覺得咧，有咗一個啟德體育園呢個咁好嘅設施，咁加埋咧政府嘅大力推動，加埋我哋嚟緊會搞呢個全運會，我希望係可以將香港呢個體育氣氛同埋體育文化咧係再推前一大步。
24 journalists from China, Myanmar, Laos, and Bangladesh have participated in a tour of Baoshan in southwest China's Yunnan province. The China Walk media event was co-hosted by CMG's Asian African Languages Center and Baoshan's Municipal Publicity Department. During the tour, the team explored China's modernization through high-quality development, rural revitalization, and eco-governance. The resulting China Walk series, featuring first-person narratives, will air globally on CGTN and partner networks. Many documentaries, live streams, and multimedia reports will also be released.
These past few days, we have explored the entire coffee industry chain, from planting to consumption, and learned about the development of modern agriculture and cultural tourism in various regions. There are many experiences worth learning from and emulating. When I return to Laos, I will share what I've seen and heard here with the people and experts of Laos. I believe this will definitely inspire the Lao people.
What impressed me most during this trip was the selenium-rich apple plantation in Da Mai village, Shenzhou County. The local government and enterprises, based on the characteristics of the natural environment, introduced suitable apple varieties and adopted purely natural planting techniques. While developing the industry, they also helped villagers find employment locally, increasing their income.
During this trip to Baoshan, we visited and learned about the development of rural industries and infrastructure construction in various places, especially tea, coffee, and mushroom cultivation. What impressed me most was the local government's strategic planning for rural development, which was tailored to local conditions and organically combined with a rural economy, tourism, and agricultural development.
The rich tapestry of Thai culture is woven with threads of Chinese influence. Here's a glimpse of artistic wonders dating back 4,000 years.
Culture of everywhere cannot develop without outside influence. The richness of Thai culture is caused by various influences. The Chinese influence in the art historic field or archaeological field we can trace back to maybe 4,000 years ago in the prehistoric period. The strongest one should be in the Chinese shrines, which was spread all over Bangkok and also other provinces, because those buildings were made by the Chinese immigrants or descendants themselves. And so another part is in the Buddhist temples. Arun Temple is a good example. It's an ordination hall. It shows the Thai traditional art, but when you see some details, you can realize that, oh, it's not Thai, it's Chinese. As for the brand, actually you can see that some motifs show the Chinese influence. The artisans cut it into pieces to make various motifs. For example, flowers, or maybe some like dragons or phoenixes. This kind of thing show the relationship with Chaoshan or Teju people in China Actually, this kind of technique is called 嵌瓷 in Chinese. 嵌 means inlay and 瓷 means ceramic. The court have a lot of commercial boats to go to China to trade. And then the court assign many ships that if the ship go to the port, please find a lot of ceramics for decorate the brand. You can see some stone statues which were placed around the area of the temple as well. Those stone statues serve as a ship ballast to make the ship stable in the oceans. The royal ships travel to China to find this kind of stone statues, and some of them were made according to the prototype that was drawn in Thailand first. The Chinese art influence have an important role inside the Thai court. They feel that Chinese architecture, Chinese art is very beautiful and very perfect. The level of the influence you can see is very strong. So it means that it shows that the Thai people at that time is like warmly welcome Chinese influence. You can guess from this kind of artistic phenomenon that Thailand and China's connections was very, very good at that time, and also until nowadays. Young generation should know that what factors made these artistic phenomena occur. When they understand, because in the past we have a good relationship with China, and then they will understand, what occurring in Thailand today, why we still have connection with China.
And that's all we have for now on The World Today. I'm Chacho in Beijing. I'll speak to you soon.
AI, it really does have the potential to change every single company, every single industry, and frankly, every single job out there in the world. AI has the ability to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of everything.
AI is contributing to job cuts in sectors like technology and warehousing as companies replace workers with machines. How will it ripple through the global economies? Hello, I'm Anand Naidu, and this is The Heat. Amazon says it will cut about 14,000 corporate employees, and the Reuters news agency reports that that number could affect as many as 30,000 workers. Is the world witnessing the early stages of an AI-driven labor reset? Well, let's put that to our panel. There's much to talk about. Dan Yer is the co-founder and CEO of College Node. Winston Ma focuses on the AI digital economy as an adjunct professor at New York University Law School. Also with us is Amar Awadallah. He's the founder and CEO of Vectara, a generative AI company. And Maribel Lopez heads Lopez Research, where she tracks trends on such topics as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, AI security and ethics. Thanks everyone for being with us. Maribel Lopez, let me start with you. Let's start with that plan announced by Amazon to cut 14,000 workers. And as I pointed out, the Reuters news agency is reporting that that number could be as high as 30,000 workers. There is a growing debate about how the introduction of AI technologies would impact the labor market. In fact, Goldman Sachs says that worldwide up to 300 million people could be affected. Women could be especially hard hit as these new technologies are introduced. How do you see it?
There actually absolutely is a problem, but how you frame it is really interesting. What we're seeing happening right now is technology companies are framing it as 30 to 40% increase in productivity. So employees are expected to actually step up to that 30, 40%. But what that really means is that there's a third of the people that you probably don't need. Does that mean you will lay off the people you have? Perhaps not. But what it means for the hiring industry is we don't hire additional people. We've already seen that happen. What it means is that in certain roles where they can be eliminated, they will be eliminated. And it will also actually be harder for the people that are still on staff to keep up with these productivity expectations. From the perspective of women at home, we're seeing that particularly those that want to have remote work are being very hard hit by this as well.
Winston Ma, that number that Maribel told us about a moment ago, nearly 40% of jobs are exposed. That's according to an IMF forecast as well. How does the world adapt to this? I mean, have we been here before when new technologies are introduced? I was thinking of something like the Industrial Revolution. Are these situations very similar?
Yes and no. Yes, because we have experienced many cycles of technology revolution, and every time there is a new technology and productivity gain, essentially there will be a labor reset. There will be a cut of positions in particular areas that's directly impacted by the technology, and the consequence is to have that those people get reskilled and move into other areas, and then it will reach a new balance. But the new thing here relating to AI is that it relates to knowledge. It relates to a new way of organizing information and learning new knowledge, and that goes into the core of knowledge worker, which is the majority of today's economy. So the new challenge here is that it's not only about productivity of repetitive job. It's also about rethinking about how people would acquire knowledge going forward, and how can they be relevant when machines can learn knowledge even faster and more efficiently.
And Winston, do you think any thought has been given to how this will change people's lifestyles? I mean, people will be losing jobs. It's not clear yet whether the economies will be big enough to absorb those people into other activities. But what happens when you have thousands of people being laid off because of the introduction of AI?
It's going to be very challenging. Actually, a good example would be autonomous robotics and like driverless taxi. If you think about last decade, before COVID, right, the mobile internet has changed the economy fundamentally, and many people have lost their regular jobs and become taxi drivers or Uber drivers, right? The mobile internet enabled apps, that have reorganized the taxi business. And now we're dealing with another wave of impact from tech development, i.e., the AI and the automation, right? Now, when you look at this situation, essentially, that particular group has been hit twice already. First by the mobile internet and now the AI, right? So this poses very important question, like how can normal people stay relevant in today's economy where the technologies comes not in one hit but in multiple waves.
Amar Awadallah, yes, there is a labor reset when new technologies are introduced. I mentioned the Industrial Revolution. That tells us a little bit. But the Industrial Revolution automated physical labor. Here in AI, as Winston Ma pointed out a moment ago, we are automating tasks that were once considered the unique space of human beings, things like learning, thought, and complex problem solving. In fact, Goldman Sachs says that there will also be, we shouldn't look just on the negative side of things, there will also be jobs created by this new technology. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, could AI create jobs, new jobs?
AI will create new jobs. There's no doubt in that. But the bigger question is, will AI create enough new jobs to make up for the lost jobs? And that's where there's a big question mark, right? And we're seeing that in some of the industries that are being impacted first by this. And very ironically, one of the very first industry being impacted is software developers, because AI now is getting very good at doing entry-level coding at a speed and accuracy sometimes rivaling the average human by a big margin. And if you look at the hiring, for example, by the Mag 7, meaning the big companies like Google, Microsoft, Apple, and so on, for software developers, it has been down by almost 50% over the last couple of years because of the AI helping a lot of the engineers be a lot more productive. So that's kind of a signal, an early signal for one of the first industries being impacted. We are seeing the same thing happening in call centers, like answering customer support calls is being automated by AI left and right now across organizations. So there is no question, I believe in my mind, that there will be a lot more jobs lost than jobs gained. And it's not just me saying that. Some of the biggest AI minds in the world, like Eric Schmidt, like Elon Musk, like Sam Altman of OpenAI, they are all warning about this. And Daria Amodi, the CEO for Anthropic, the maker of Claude, they're saying, yeah, we expect a big shift in the job market to be taking place, and governments need to prepare for that. And the answer of having universal basic income might be required to be able to mitigate what will happen because of this shift.
Okay, Dan Yeo, let's talk about education, training, retraining. What happens to people coming out of universities with computer science degrees? That's a hard degree, that's an expensive degree. Are they short of a job? I mean, you're very familiar with this. You're also a venture capitalist and technology specialist. I mean, what can you tell us about the skills that AI technology will require? I mean, and on the other hand, with much of the workforce that we're talking about who already have jobs right now, will have to be retrained. I mean, is there the education and training infrastructure for that already in place?
Well, we are going to see a total rewrite of the entire higher education industry in the next 5 years, right? Because right now, the higher education industry is not teaching the skill that's necessary for this new AI economy. Matter of fact, a lot of universities are still penalizing students for using ChatGPT. They call it cheating, whereas universities are supposed to encourage their students as much as possible to embrace AI because that's what the employers want. So if you're a recent grad right now or you're still in school, I would recommend you to learn as much about artificial intelligence as you can. Learn prompt engineering, learn coding for artificial intelligence. Just get yourself familiar with how to use AI to boost productivity, because that is where the jobs are, and that's what employer today requires. So unfortunately, a lot of these are not being taught right now in the university, and the student might have to teach themselves Those skills I see in schools such as MIT and Johns Hopkins are actively teaching this, but the vast majority of schools are still avoiding AI and treating it as if it's something that will just go away, which it won't. So I think a lot of changes are coming in the education industry.
Dan, you make the point that colleges and universities are resisting this. They are not encouraging their students to use things like ChatGPT, whereas, as you point out, they should be using those things. But what about the sort of older goals of education, like teaching students to be critical thinkers? I mean, is that going to suffer?
That is going to suffer, because if you look at students, overwhelmingly, they're going to college and grad school so that they can earn more money, right? I mean, it is great that you can have critical thinking skill, you can have, learn arts, but overwhelmingly, the biggest goal is increase income. And right now, the universities are not serving their students this goal. The economy requires something that's totally different compared to 30 years ago, but higher education is still teaching the same thing they did 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. So higher education is very resistant to change. And I think right now the barbarians at the gate, if they do not change, a lot of them will simply go under, because you're already seeing American students abandoning higher education in large numbers because it's simply, the investment is not worth the outcome. And you're going to see this trend accelerating in the next 2 to 3 years, and many of the schools will simply just close.
Maribel, we are getting here into the realm of the social impact of artificial intelligence. I mean, is there a risk that as machines take over jobs, that this could cause significant social challenges when you have millions of people who suddenly become unemployed? I mean, could this really destroy the fabric of the societies as they exist right now? Maribel, did you hear me?
I mean, I would say we've seen other instances in society where we looked at, for example, Spain, that at one point had 25% unemployment rate, and there was definite civil unrest that happens there. And there will be, humans need to be productive. So we do have to bridge this gap at some point in time. And universal income is not enough to do that. We need to be able to find ways for individuals to be productive in the new society. Back on the education discussion we were just having, I think this is actually very critical, because there's two issues with education right now. One is they aren't teaching the skills, as was noted. The second is they actually aren't teaching critical thinking, and critical thinking is one of the things that's going to be required for somebody to be successful moving forward, because AI can give you an answer to a problem. Is it the correct answer? Sometimes it is now, sometimes it is not. If you look at the safety and security metrics from folks like OpenAI, depending on whether or not you've grounded that data as an enterprise, if you just go out into ChatGPT, the hallucination rates are still quite high. We will fix that, but we also need critical thinking and people that understand how to push at the edges to make sure that they're getting the answers so that they can be productive, but also be accurate at the same time.
So, Maribel, as you rightly point out, there is this gap that needs to be bridged. I mean, do you see any evidence that this is on the agenda, it's on the radar of governments around the world?
So from what we're seeing right now, we just have a lot of posturing around AI policy, and a lot of it is actually just related to the ethics of whether or not it is safe for children, or if it's creating pornography, or if it is discriminatory. And that is not the only challenge that we have to address right now. And I think there's been this real push-pull in governments to say, we don't want to tamper innovation. We want that innovation. We want to take the competitive advantage of that innovation. But at the same time, we're not preparing for the impact of that innovation. For example, if you are unemployed, how do you get retrained at that point? If you are an employer, should the employers actively start retraining their individuals? There seemed to be this assumption that we're just going to walk out and we're going to find all this readily baked AI talent to bring into our organizations to make this happen. It doesn't exist, which is what we were just talking about. And there always is like how much government intervention is too much, but it's not just even the intervention, it's that we're not even discussing the problem.
Winston Ma, talking about government intervention, as Maribel points out, there is this reluctance to interfere with innovation, with technology, but AI is shaping the workplace faster than political leaders can adapt to that. I mean, are there any efforts internationally, any serious efforts at an international level, a multilateral level, to regulate AI, to control these mechanisms?
Yes, as a law professor, I would say, these days, multinational treaties are hard to get enforced, right? Just look at the WTO and the current tariff war. But at the same time, we're seeing efforts to come up with global governance standards and more disclosure and more openness of the AI models, right? So, for example, China has started this effort to develop AI governance association, let's say. This started a few months ago, announced at the AI summit in Shanghai. And by the same token, the U.S., in connection with its AI action plan, announced similarly during the summer, also called for more global standards and global dialogue on AI standards. And of course, the U.S. AI work plan, action plan, is more about sending out the U.S. Thinking about the AI models to the world, because most of the AI models are coming from the U.S. market, right? But at the same time, China's side market shows up with free open source models, which is also a great driver to encourage more openness of AI models globally. So going forward, a lot of the governance dialogue, right, probably will come out from these multinational semi-official association, and hopefully there will be some framework come out from these multinational conversations to provide some guidance for the AI development going forward.
Amar Abdullah, I think it was you who mentioned call centers a moment ago and what takes place there. I mean, the studies have shown that productivity increases in call centers when humans are replaced by chatbots. Let's listen to Samir Chowdhury, who is the head of the Media Ant startup.
Now we are set to launch a completely AI-based, sounds like complete like human, where we run it through people. They are not able to differentiate whether it's a machine or a person. And this bot is able to answer your questions, capture your requirement, and based on what you want, whether you want a plan on your mail, WhatsApp, or you want a call back, it sets it up.
So, Amar, this could put a lot of call center workers out of business, but India's also done some studies where they show that AI will boost GDP in that country and also generate millions of jobs in sectors like healthcare, manufacturing, as well as agriculture. I mean, how transformative will this new technology be?
I mean, there is no question that the technology will improve GDP. So GDP going up, meaning that a country making more revenues because of AI helping the country be more productive, it can happen at the same time that people are losing jobs, right? And if you look at the big layoffs happening at Amazon and Salesforce and Microsoft and so on, believe it or not, a big part of it is not directly because of the efficiencies from AI, is because they need to be spending more money from a capital expenditure point of view on building these massive data centers with GPUs in them versus hiring people. So in some ways it's still AI, but it's AI because they need to be building the AI so they can get the efficiency in the future. But the key point is GDP can absolutely go up while jobs are going down. Like, these are independent things, especially now in this new day and age where work is being done by the machines versus being done by the humans. I wanted to make a quick comment to agree also with Dan earlier about universities needing to really wake up and change the way that they do education. versus penalizing students for using AI to do their homeworks, is we need to evolve our homework. It should all be about critical thinking, like you were saying, Anant. Like the most important skill in the future is going to be that. Are we able to pose the right questions, the right problems to start with to the AI so we can get the answers? And then can we critique the answers to make sure these were the right answers? In many ways, that's going to be our job. So if you look at developers and programmers right now, at schools, we should teach them the fundamentals very quickly, just like we teach preschool students how to use a calculator, how to do add numbers, but we don't give them the calculator yet. So we teach them the fundamentals. Yeah. But very quickly, we shift them from the lower level problems, the fundamentals, to solving much more higher complicated problems so that they become senior developers, because we need senior developers. We don't need junior developers anymore. The AI can do that. So universities need to change their education to be like that. And that will happen across many other disciplines where we now are more focused on the ability of the human not to do the job, but the ability of the human to guide the AI while it's doing the job. That's going to be a lot more important skill in the future.
Daniel, let's talk about something that we don't hear about very often, and that is the application of AI in agriculture, on farming. I mean, this is important. Farmers produce food that we consume. AI powers autonomous tractors, we see that right now, and drones do a lot of the monitoring work and a variety of other tasks. Let's listen to Danny Bernstein. He is an agriculture tech and labor analyst. This is what he had to say.
There's an emerging field around physical AI, or like AI for the real world. And in many ways, agriculture is the ultimate test of those challenges. But at the same time, it's really the ultimate opportunity, because there's nothing more critical and necessary than feeding a global population. So you drive through California every single day, and you'll see people working alongside robotics, people working alongside automation. And we think that's going to become more and more and more of the future of basically advanced technology, increasingly skilled farm labor, increasingly sophisticated farm labor, working alongside robotics.
So, Daniel, AI can also do a lot of other things. It can predict weather more accurately. It can also monitor pest outbreaks on farms as well. So, is AI going to be the future of farming?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the produce in your supermarket, a good chunk of the produce price is human labor. AI is not just going to predict, weather and pests. AI is going to be able to control every single sector of the farming process, right? We're going to have bipedal robots harvesting blueberries and raspberries. We are going to have robots driving tractors, or we even will have drones using laser to zap pests, which is happening right now already. So what you're going to see is that worldwide, a lot of the farmers, if they own the land and they could afford these bots, you will see a huge productivity gain, and the cost of food is going to come down. Whereas if you're just a free farmhand, you'll be out of job in 5 years. So it's going to be a sea change, and I think people have no idea what's coming yet, and that's the scary part.
Winston Mark, there's been a lot of studies that have been done on the impact that AI could have on a government's ability to raise money, to levy taxes, raise revenue and things like that. If jobs are lost, aren't taxes lost at the same time?
I guess the quick answer is yes, but it's more profound than that, because there's always argument that there will be more new pockets of productivities will come out. So overall, there will be a bigger pie. That's the part of thinking about AI. But I think that in the short term, actually, it's more negative if you look at the overall mix of job loss, because we talk about the bias risk of AI models, but at the same time, the AI's impact on the job market is also biased in the sense that the most junior jobs are hard to be replaced, and the top jobs are still growing with the help of AI. But the big majority of the middle level jobs are the most hit by AI, because these are the jobs that are good enough. With not, that relates to knowledge workers that are good enough at their job, but not the best, right? And the majority of this middle level will be hit the most by the wider spread of AI applications.
Yeah, Mirabel, we're talking a lot about the impact that AI is going to have in the future, but where are you seeing the biggest impact that AI is having right now on the economy?
We're seeing tremendous, you mentioned call center, we're seeing a tremendous effort in customer experience in terms of improving that customer experience, but also in some ways up-leveling a lot of those contact center reps. That has a 35% turnover. So even with AI impacting jobs, I think a lot of organizations are excited about being able to still be able to deliver a higher level of customer service. We're seeing tremendous impact in coding. We're very optimistic about where it's going in healthcare. We're starting to see the opportunity to have that human machine to do more diagnostics for more people and get more people through the system. We definitely have healthcare shortages right now, so we're really looking forward to that. And supply chain optimization is one that a lot of organizations are working very hard on to make sure that we can get the right things in the right place at the right time. So, with all the doom and gloom we've talked about, there is a lot of opportunity to improve what we have going on at this moment and make it more efficient and make it better for everybody and get more food into people's hands and get more people served in the right way they need to be served.
Amar Awadallah, very quickly, how great is the risk that AI is also going to be used by criminals? I mean, we're seeing that where criminals are creating these fake websites, deep fake videos and things like that.
Oh, it's 100%. I mean, criminals will absolutely, as has been proven in history over and over again, whenever new technology comes out, the good guys use it for good, and the bad guys will try to use it for bad. So that is happening already with the deep fakes, as we can see happening left and right. Many banks are upgrading now their voice detection system to detect if this is a cloned voices versus a real voice, and it's working for now, but we'll need to have more regulations around that, just like we do regulations around any other technology being used for good or bad.
Okay, and that is where we have to leave it. Thanks to all of you for being with us. That's it for this edition of The Heat. I'm Anand Naidu from Washington.
Think you are better informed in an information age. The fact is, people are more often misled by misinformation. You might think every voice is heard in a digital world. The fact is, many nations and peoples are still underrepresented. And data poverty shuts out many. We at CGTN are committed to transcending the information gap and the digital divide. CGTN, bridging nations and civilizations. CGTN, see the difference.
President Xi Jinping meets Thailand's King Maha Vajiralongkorn, vowing to strengthen strategic coordination between the two countries. China summons Japan's ambassador over Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's remarks on Taiwan. The Shenzhou-21 spaceship undocked from China's space station, ready to return the Shenzhou-20 crew to Earth. And World Health Organization Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says the climate crisis requires stronger health systems. Hello and welcome from Beijing. This is The World Today. I'm Wang Mengmang. Chinese President Xi Jinping has met with Thailand's King Maha Vajiralongkorn Phra Vajiralongkorn Chuyong in Beijing. President Xi held a welcome ceremony for the Thai king this morning at the square outside the Great Hall of the People. The military band played the Thai royal anthem and the Chinese national anthem as a 21-gun salute was fired. King Maha Vajiralongkorn, accompanied by President Xi Jinping, reviewed the Guard of Honor of the People's Liberation Army and watched the march past. Now, the Thai king is on a 5-day state visit to China at the invitation of President Xi. This is the first visit of a reigning Thai king to China since the two countries established diplomatic ties 50 years ago. After the welcoming ceremony, President Xi Jinping met with Thai King Maha Vajiralongkorn Phra Vajiralongkorn in the Great Hall of the People. President Xi expressed condolences over the passing of Queen Mother's surrogate and noted that the Thai royal family and China have a profound bond. China highly appreciates the Thai royal family's contributions to promoting the two countries' friendships. President Xi said he stands ready to work with King Vajiralongkorn to steer the building of a China-Thailand community with a shared future. China is also ready to strengthen strategic synergy with Thailand, steadily advance major projects, including the China-Thailand Railway, import more quality agricultural products from Thailand, and expand the cooperation in emerging areas like artificial intelligence, digital economy, and aviation and aerospace. King Vajiralongkorn congratulated China on its major socio-economic achievements. He said China-Thailand cooperation is brotherly cooperation. Thailand hopes to actively learn from China's development experience, expand cooperation with China in various fields, and increase people-to-people exchanges. China has summoned Japanese Ambassador Kenji Kanasugi over remarks made by Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi related to the Taiwan region. Chinese Vice Foreign Minister Sun Weidong says the Japanese leader's remarks constitute a blatant interference in China's internal affairs, a challenge to China's core interests and infringement on China's sovereignty. China firmly opposes and will not tolerate such remarks. Sun also stressed that the Taiwan question is at the core of China's interests and is a red line that must not be crossed. He urged Japan to immediately correct its wrongdoing and retract unjustified remarks. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. It is also the 80th anniversary of Taiwan's restoration to China. Beijing says Japan must fully repent for its war crimes and stop playing with fire on the Taiwan question.
Now, Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi has once again invoked the so-called existential crisis situation. How should this be viewed? Is Japan seeking to return to the path of militarism? Does it intend to set itself against the Chinese people and the people of Asia once again? Is it attempting to subvert the post-war international order? Taiwan is China's Taiwan. How to solve the Taiwan question and achieve reunification is China's own affair, and no foreign interference will be tolerated. The attempt by Japanese politicians to wade into cross-strait affairs is not only a gross violation of international justice and a blatant provocation to the post-war international order, but also a severe blow to China-Japan relations. If Japan dares to intervene militarily in the Taiwan Strait situation, it will constitute an act of aggression, and China will strike back decisively. China will firmly exercise its rights of self-defense granted by the UN Charter and international law, and resolutely safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity. China warns Japan to deeply reflect on its historical crimes, immediately stop interfering in China's internal affairs, cease provocative actions, and not to play with fire on the Taiwan question, for those who play with fire will perish by it.
Meanwhile, analysts in Taiwan have condemned the Japanese Prime Minister's remarks, calling them overreaching and a provocation.
In the past, Japan treated Taiwan as a colony and invaded the mainland. Do you think the Chinese people will forget this? If you dare to make remarks like this about the Taiwan question, it seems you think you're tough. Just try and see.
The China-Japan joint communique states clearly that Taiwan is a part of China. What right do you, Sanai Takaichi, have to interfere in China's internal affairs?
Former Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba also has rejected Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's remarks on Taiwan.
Regarding the Taiwan question, successive Japanese governments have consistently refrained from making decisive statements akin to, if a certain situation arises, we will take such action.
Speaking on a radio program, Ishiba said Takaichi's remarks were almost equivalent to, quote, if there's something wrong in Taiwan, there's something wrong in Japan. Former Prime Minister Yukio Hatayama said Takaichi is stoking crisis to justify military expansion. He added that the Taiwan question is China's internal affair. Former Prime Minister Yoshihiko Noda also called Takaichi's remarks a risky and reckless move. CDP lawmaker Ichiro Ozawa warned that Takaichi's rhetoric fuels tension and is extremely dangerous for Japan's future. Russia's Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu also hit back at the Japanese Prime Minister's comments, saying Tokyo is willing to sacrifice its national interest to please the United States.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities. Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
China's Shenzhou-21 crewed spaceship has undocked from the space station combination. It will begin the return mission, sending the Shenzhou-20 taikonauts back to Earth. They are expected to touch down at the Dongfeng landing site in Inner Mongolia. The three taikonauts, Chen Dong, Chen Junrui, and Wang Jie, are in good shape. Now all systems are preparing for their arrival. The Shenzhou-20's return was postponed due to the impact of suspected tiny space debris on their spacecraft. Another spacecraft, the Shenzhou-22, will be launched to the space station. At COP30 in Belém, Brazil, global health and climate leaders have warned that the climate crisis is directly affecting people's daily lives and increasingly overwhelming health systems.
The climate crisis is a health crisis for individuals, but also for health systems. Strong health systems are essential for protecting people against the health impacts of climate change.
Across the world, people are living the daily reality that the climate crisis is also a public health crisis. Rising temperatures, floods, droughts, and storms are claiming lives, fueling diseases and malnutrition, and placing immense pressure on health systems. A new Climate and Health Funders Coalition has committed an initial $300 million for integrated action to tackle both the causes of climate change and its consequences for health.
As the host of COP30, Brazil has launched an initiative called the Belém Health Action Plan. Led by the government of Brazil and the WHO, the plan focuses on adaptation, equity, and climate justice. It also aims to strengthen surveillance, build capacity, and support evidence-based climate health policies. The $300 million fund from a climate and health coalition will support research and investment in solutions to extreme heat, air pollution, and infectious diseases. Experts say far more funding is needed as climate-related health threats continue to increase. Climate change poses a particular threat to Colombia's natural resources. The South American nation holds close to 10% of the planet's biodiversity. But illicit activities such as illegal logging, mining, and the drug trade impact water sources and significantly contribute to land degradation. Michelle Begay interviewed Colombia's Minister of Defense about his message to the international community.
Minister of Defense Pedro Sanchez, thank you for giving us this interview for CGTN.
Thank you for your interview.
We're going to be talking about climate change, which is a huge issue in Colombia. We have areas of the country like the Amazon rainforest, like the biodiverse Choco region that are under threat because of armed groups and their illegal activities. What is your message for the international community?
Our
grandparents have always said, you don't know what you have until you lose it. That applies to our planet. Right now, people may not feel it, but their children and grandchildren will. Earth is our only island. If we destroy it, there is nowhere else, and people are not very aware of the damage that's being caused. And the damage is global. What happens in the Sahara affects Florida, and even Medellin. What happens in the Amazon affects rainfall here in Bogota. So protecting the Amazon isn't just Colombia's fight. It's a global responsibility.
Lo que pasa en el Amazonas va a impactar en el mundo entero.
If we continue this way, this will become like the apocalyptic movies we see. We'll leave our children a more hostile world with wars over food, water and land.
Vamos a viajar a Brasil para mirar.
That's why Colombia is working with Brazil and others to strengthen Amazon protection. But we also need global awareness. When someone cuts down forests for coca or illegal mining, they're not just feeding their family, they're killing someone else's, maybe their own neighbors.
Thank you, Minister, for this interview.
To Brazil's west is Peru, home to nearly 70% of the world's tropical glaciers in the vast Andes mountain range. Peru is dealing with the rapid loss of the Andean glaciers, putting water supplies at risk for millions of people. Glaciers have reduced in size by over half as a result of human-induced climate change. It's a critical issue under discussion at COP30, as Dan Collins reports from Lima.
This is what climate change looks like. The steady drip-drip of melting glaciers that are shrinking before our eyes.
Glaciers are really one of the key indicators of climate change in terms of they're really visible in a way how you see climate change impacts, and everybody can easily understand. You don't have to be a glaciologist, a scientist to understand.
Fabian Drenken studies glaciers and water resources in Peru. The Andean country is home to 68% of the world's tropical glaciers. They are a critical source of fresh water for millions of people. But melting is escalating. In the past 6 decades, Peru has lost an area equivalent to about 2,200 football fields. Water shortages due to ice loss are already common in many mountain communities. Farmers rely on seasonal meltwater to irrigate crops and provide water for their livestock. However, now, that fresh water that they've relied on for centuries is becoming increasingly scarce. There are more than 200 glaciers and nearly 1,000 glacial lagoons along Peru's Andean mountain chain. Carbon emissions have been rising since the Industrial Revolution, but the trend has been particularly pronounced in the last half-century.
We know quite precisely that on average, It is about 1% per year of glacial retreat we observe in Peru. However, it's important to acknowledge as well that this retreat at very local scale is highly variable. So we have some cordilleras, some mountain ranges in Peru, which in the last 60 years have not retreated by 50, 60%, but by 90%, for example. They have nearly completely disappeared.
As glaciers in the Cordillera Blanca mountain range have melted over the years, the lakes below them have filled with water. In some areas, like the Palcacocha Lake, it has heightened the risk of floods with deadly consequences to Huaraz, the city below. Nearby glacial retreat after thousands of years has exposed rocks to the air, causing them to leach heavy metals into the rivers. The changes are happening fast.
So we have to adapt, and very quickly adapt, to changes we already observe in our watersheds and in water availability also downstream at the dry Pacific coast, where most of the large cities remain and where many productive activities are taking place.
It will take decades, but scientists say eventually these mighty glaciers may disappear completely. They warn Peru must start to adapt to a future without them. Dan Collins, CGTN, Peru.
While the 43-day U.S. government shutdown has ended, partisan tensions remain high. President Donald Trump has blamed Democrats for the shutdown, which he says cost the economy $1.5 trillion. Now, Democrats say they will keep fighting for affordable health care, a key demand that prolonged the impasse.
For the past 43 days, Democrats in Congress shut down the government of the United States in an attempt to extort American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars for illegal aliens and people that came into our country illegally, from gangs, from prisons, from mental institutions. This cost the country $1.5 trillion, this little excursion that they took us on. Republicans never wanted a shutdown and voted 15 times for a clean continuation of funding.
House Democrats will continue to fight to make your life more affordable. House Democrats will continue the fight to address the Republican health care crisis, and House Democrats will fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. This fight is not over. We're just getting started.
So how long will it take for things to return to normal in the U.S.? Ira Spitzer reports from Washington, D.C.
Things will get back to normal in terms of employees, federal employees returning to work very quickly. Many departments are having those employees come in today with the end of this shutdown. Another issue will be sorting out those back payments for the employees who either have been furloughed for the last 6 weeks or have been forced to work without pay. In previous shutdowns, we've seen those payments made to those employees in about a week's time or so. So that all goes pretty fast. One issue that will take a bit longer to sort out is the issues at U.S. airports. Despite the shutdown ending, we don't expect to see flights completely return to normal this week. Bad news potentially for people flying domestically. So that will all go relatively fast, but what will take longer is for some of the damage, the political damage, the fallout to be repaired from this bruising shutdown, which really many Americans were forced to suffer, such as those who received food benefit assistance, and the Democrats having a bit of internal strife within their party, and lots of anger, of course, at the Republicans as well. So a lot of animosity to go around here with this shutdown.
Spirit, dive, rise. China's finest athletes and para-athletes push their limits at the National Games. For pride, for purpose, and for a shared passion, from the stadium lights to the sparkling lanes. They embody courage, show perseverance, and echo the spirit of a sporting China. In the vibrant Greater Bay Area, where Guangdong, Hong Kong SAR and Macau SAR connect, where openness, innovation, and shared growth thrive. Cultures shine, industries flourish, and the future takes flight. The 15th National Games, strength, spirit, and aspiration in motion on CGTN this November.
November 14th is World Diabetes Day. The World Health Organization estimates about 830 million people suffer from the disease globally. Our correspondent Walter Morris reports from Washington, D.C.
Well, ever since World Diabetes Day was first established in 1991, experts here in the United States and around the world every year have taken a moment to focus on the danger of diabetes and ways to prevent it. Now, the World Health Organization says the number of adults living with diabetes has doubled over the last 30 years, and more than half aren't getting treatment.
Diabetes is a disease caused by dangerously high blood sugar levels. It occurs when the body doesn't produce enough of the hormone insulin or can't process it. If diabetes goes untreated, it can cause life-threatening complications like damage to the heart, kidneys, and nerves. In some extreme cases, it can even lead to blindness and amputation.
It has such a profound effect on quality of life. It's devastating, and it's shocking, that it's increased so profoundly in the last 3 decades.
Dr. Omer Awan says that's why World Diabetes Day is so important. The World Health Organization says globally there are about 830 million people living with diabetes. The majority live in middle and low-income countries.
Many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, many countries in South Asia. And that's concerning because these are the places that have the least amount of resources to really tackle diabetes, diagnose diabetes, and obviously to treat it effectively.
According to a recent study, countries like Malaysia, Pakistan, Jamaica, Costa Rica, and Trinidad and Tobago have seen the biggest increases in diabetes since 1990. There are 2 main types of diabetes, type 1 that people are born with, and type 2 when bodies can't regulate blood sugar levels. About 38 million people in the United States have one form of the disease, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. Awan says the vast majority suffer from type 2 diabetes, which can be preventable with diet and exercise.
If we watch the things that we eat, if we maintain a well-balanced diet, if we maintain our weight, if we're physically active, we can prevent the onset of type 2 diabetes.
And November is Diabetes Awareness Month here in the United States. The White House says America is suffering from a health crisis and pointed to an alarming trajectory. The World Health Organization says urgent global action is needed to control the epidemic. Walter Morris, CGTN, Washington.
The rich tapestry of Thai culture is woven with threads of Chinese influence. And here's a glimpse of artistic wonders dating back 4,000 years.
Culture of everywhere cannot develop without outside influence. The richness of Thai culture is caused by various influences. The Chinese influence in the art historic field or archaeological field we can trace back to maybe 4,000 years ago in the prehistoric period. The strongest one should be in the Chinese shrines, which was spread all over Bangkok and also other provinces, because those buildings were made by the Chinese immigrants or descendants themselves. And so another part is in the Buddhist temples. Arun Temple is a good example. It's an ordination hall. It shows the Thai traditional art, but when you see some details, you can realize that, oh, it's not Thai, it's Chinese. As for the brand, actually you can see that some motifs show the Chinese influence. The artisans cut it into pieces to make various motifs, for example, flowers or maybe some like dragons or phoenixes. This kind of thing show the relationship with Chaoshan or Daiju people in China. Actually, this kind of technique is called 嵌瓷 in Chinese. 嵌 means inlay and 瓷 means ceramic. The court have a lot of commercial boats to go to China to trade. And then the court assign many ships that if the ship go to the port, please find a lot of ceramics for decorated bronze. You can see some stone statues which were placed around the area of the temple as well. Those stone statues serve as a ship ballast to make the ship stable in the oceans. The royal ships travel to China to find this kind of stone statues, and some of them were made according to the prototype that was drawn in Thailand first. The Chinese art influence have an important role inside the Thai court. They feel that Chinese architecture, Chinese art is very beautiful and very perfect. The level of the influence you can see is very strong. So it means that it shows that the Thai people at that time is like warmly welcome Chinese influence. You can guess from this kind of artistic phenomenon that Thailand and China's connections was very, very good at that time, and also until nowadays. The young generation should know that what factors made these artistic phenomena occur. When they understand, because in the past we have a good relationship with China, and then they will understand, what occurring in Thailand today, why we still have connection with China.
And that's where we'll leave it for this hour's The World Today. I'm Wang Mang. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again soon. welcome to CGTN special coverage of China's space mission. I'm Wang Mengmang in Beijing. The Shenzhou-20 crew is heading back to Earth today. They will arrive on board the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. The spacecraft will land at the Dongfeng site in northern China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. And the three taikonauts, Chen Dong, Chen Zhongrui, and Wang Jie, are in good shape. They have completed all planned tasks on China's Tiangong space station. Now, the Shenzhou-20 crew stayed on the space station for 203 days, setting a new record. The return was postponed from its original return date last week due to suspected tiny space debris impact on their spacecraft. All right, now let's hear some expert analysis, and we'll be accompanied by our guests here throughout our broadcast. I'm very pleased to be joined here by Professor Yang Yuguang, Chairman of the Space Transportation Committee at the International Astronautical Federation, and also Sui Yanan, Associate Professor at the School of Aerospace Engineering at Tsinghua University. Welcome to you both on our program. So let's talk about the situation, gentlemen. We are seeing unprecedented delay because of space debris to the Shenzhou-20 return mission. How do you assess the current state of the damage caused by this debris that caused the postpone of the mission?
Well, this is the first time we met this uncertainty, and this not an ordinary procedure. But this is also a very good example, shows that we always recognize the safety of our astronauts has the highest priority. You see that it is only a slight damage, but we have a very strict evaluation of the whole procedure. You know that the return procedure for Shenzhou spacecraft is not very easy. It has so many separations, so many ignition of the deorbiting firing of the engines. So ensure the safety of our astronauts, we must ensure that everything is okay, including the window, including that it should be complete. So when we found the crack on the window, we have very strict evaluation of the safety. So although maybe it can go back safely, but cannot be so high reliability as usual. So that is the reason this time we choose another spacecraft to bring our heroes back home. You see, we have this ability, we have this measure because we always have a backup spaceship standing in our VAB, our VQ assembly building in our Jiutian Satellite Launch Center. So that's a system-level backup, system-level redundancy to ensure the safety of our astronauts.
Sure. Now, we understand that impact analysis and risk assessment are currently underway to evaluate the situation. But, of course, the team there wanted to play it safe, and that's why they're coming back to Earth on board the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. So, Professor Sui, tell us the considerations behind such a decision.
Right. So this is a very low probability event of having the space debris influencing our spaceship. But space debris actually happens a lot in the aerophysics, aerodynamics considerations. And in this case, there is a regular check over the spacecraft's condition before the coming back. And during that regular screening process, they found that there is a crack on the window, got injured, damaged by the space debris, and then we need to go through thorough evaluation of the condition. And you know that for spacecrafts, there are multiple levels and multiple approaches to guarantee the safety of the space flying. So a crack on the screen is actually not a very big thing from the structure or from a mechanical point of view. But still, there are unknown safety considerations because during the flying back to Earth, maybe the crack can go larger if there are high pressure, high temperature conditions. And also, even the window got broke completely, there are protection ways to guarantee safety of the astronauts. But still, we really don't want those things to happen. So after careful considerations, I think the committee considered that we'll just use the very brand new spacecraft 21 to send this crew back and keep the investigation and the improvements of the existing spacecraft, the upcoming spacecraft, and then that's the process of sending the crews back using the new spaceship.
Now, this return mission got postponed. The taikonauts of the Shenzhou-20 crew, they were, spending more time in space, 9 more days than originally planned. What's going to happen now to the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft, the return module of the Shenzhou-20, and what's going to happen to the 3 taikonauts currently now in China's Tiangong space station?
I should emphasize, although this time our Shenzhou-20 crew take the Shenzhou-21 spaceship back to the Earth, but at this moment, as you mentioned, the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft still docked on the rear docking, on the docking port of our Tianhe module, and even at this moment, still it can be recognized as a rescue ship for our Shenzhou-21 crew. If anything wrong happened to our space station and it cannot support the life of our astronaut, still we can have an emergency escape with this Shenzhou-20 spacecraft. And you know that as announced by our China Manned Space Agency, in several days we will launch our Shenzhou-22 spacecraft. And after it docked to our Tiangong space station, so at this moment our Shenzhou-21 crew will save enough because they will have a complete spaceship as a rescue ship for them. And after that, according to the arrangement of our China Manned Space Agency, they will let the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft back to the Earth in an unmanned status, and it will bring more cargoes back to the Earth.
Gentlemen, as we speak right now, we're watching some live pictures from the interior of the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft, where the Shenzhou-20 crew, 3 of them, are on their journey home. They've spent more than 200 days in orbit.
Yes.
And of course, Commander Chen Dong has been creating this record of the longest.
So you can see this is a video stream from the camera mounted in the re-entry capsule of our Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. And Mr. Chen Dong, the commander, is sit in the middle. You can see on the far side is Mr. Chen Zhongrui, or you will call them 02. And on the near side is Mr. Wang Jie, a native of Inner Mongolia.
The flight engineer.
Exactly. Right. So the 3 crew members, you can see that they are very calm and full of confidence. And I believe they will go back very safely.
Well, earlier today, the crew undocked from the Tiangong space station. And how long does it usually take for a return mission? When can we expect to get visuals from the exterior on the landing site?
Actually speaking, the return procedure, from the ignition to conduct the deorbiting to go back home, only about 40 minutes. But usually, they undock from our Tiangong space station, and to ensure the safety of the station, they need to leave the station very slowly. We have a 19-meter parking point and a 200-meter parking point. After it already have a long enough distance from the station, they will circle around the Earth for additional 3 orbits. So to check every system to ensure that all system goes okay, and then they can conduct the very complex procedure. It contains 2 separations of different modules and also 1 ignition to go from the circum-Earth orbit to the return trajectory.
Professor Sui, how were the tiny cracks on the Shenzhou-20 discovered?
There are multiple rounds of checks of the spacecraft condition during the stay in the space. So in one of the very recent checks, they found there is a small crack on the window. So although it's not a very big thing, because otherwise you will get the signals from a lot of sensors, right? But still, because we really want to get 100% safety of every part of the spaceship. Yeah. So then we consider, okay, we'll use a new one. But that was found during a regular screening, a regular check process, and that was already after the announcement of the sending back. But still, you see that we really want them to be safe, and we can afford to postpone. We can afford a lot of other approaches, but we really want to guarantee everything's okay.
Sure, this delay was announced just hours before the original undocking of the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft from the Tiangong space station. But then the screening and the checks, the risk assessment as to what happened to the spacecraft, how was that performed? Which part of the Tiangong space station was responsible for these screening and testing?
You know that before leaving the station, usually our crew members should have a very comprehensive examination, of course, from inside the capsule.
Because a spacewalk is not
a
spacewalk
at
this point.
Because you know that we have all kinds of instruments. We can show the parameters of the spacecraft itself, and also we can conduct multiple tests of the different systems, for instance, such as the thermal control system, the GNC system, the communication system, and so on. So with these all kinds of checking, as Professor Sui has mentioned, we found the crack on the window. And after that, of course, we must and we should postpone the descent, the leaving. And with the robotic arm, you know, we have multiple cameras mounted on our robotic arms. It can go to different. We have footprints. It's called footprint on all everywhere of the station, and it can go to the nearest location and then to have a close look at the window of our re-entry capsule. And with the camera mounted on our robotic arm, we can have very fine images and videos of how serious it is.
Certainly, this will be a very unusual return mission. Gentlemen, as we wait for that to happen, let's also check in the latest with our reporter Zheng Yibing, who's standing by for us at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Well, Yibing, what do you have for us for this current return mission? The astronauts seem to be in good shape on their journey back home.
Hello there, Meng. I'm here at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center, the BACC. This place overseeing the whole mission of the return of the Shenzhou-20 crew members. And the big screen behind me, we can see exactly the status of the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. And the Shenzhou-20 crew members are inside the re-entry capsule. Their conditions are very good, and everything proceeds on smoothly inside the re-entry capsule. And we can see they constantly reading the instruction menus. And if I use the three keywords to describe the mission that I'm seeing right now, the first one is safety first, because after the pre-scheduled time of return on November 5th was cancelled, and during the past 9 days, all the people on the ground are working tirelessly. They are trying to make the systematic plans to bring back the astronauts inside the Tiangong space station. And the second one is solidarity, because behind all this mission currently happening right now between the Tiangong space station and the Earth, and all the countless people from different working systems. They've been working day and night during the past 9 days, and they have been drafting complete plans to ensure the safety of the 6 taikonauts inside the Tiangong space station. Not only the Shenzhou-20 astronauts are en route to back to Earth, but also the Shenzhou-21 crew members are currently inside the Tiangong space station, because at the following time, the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft is going to be launched to back up them. And the third one is innovation, because this time, the time of return of Shenzhou-20 crew members have been shortened. Well, during the previous times, usually they would adopt the mode of the re-entry capsule circling around the Earth for 5 times. Now, this time, that time have been shortened to 3 times. So that is general information from the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Back to you, Mama.
All right, Yibing, thank you so much for that update. Now, gentlemen, apparently this certainly marks a very significant readjustment of schedule for China's space mission. It is unprecedented, as we mentioned just now. But I mean, a delay of the return mission happened before due to poor weather conditions at the landing site. That's the case for the Shenzhou-19 mission. But let's talk about this. Why are the astronauts heading back home on board the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft instead of, the ground command center setting up a new spacecraft for them to come back?
Well, that's the key point is we have 3 docking ports on board our Tianhe-1 core module. one on the front, one on the back, and one at the bottom of our node. So all the 3 docking ports were occupied: Shenzhou-20, Shenzhou-21, and also Tianzhou-9 cargo spacecraft. So we don't have more docking ports for a new spaceship. So the best choice for us is to let the Shenzhou-20 crew go back to the Earth with the complete one, Shenzhou-21, and free the front docking port. And then we, as announced by China Manned Space Agency several days later, we will launch the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft and dock to the front docking port. So this is the best choice on system level. So the consideration, I think this is reasonable. And the key point is that we can support this because we have 2 independent life support systems on Tianhe-1 module and on Wentian module, respectively. So this is the preparation for us. That we have the backup systems, so we can keep them work longer in space and do more experiments for scientific research.
Right. Well, the 2 groups of taikonauts, the 2 crews, were doing their handover, and they even had this barbecued chicken wings up in space before they completed their return mission. So what's going to happen there if we have extended stays for 2 groups of astronauts on board the Tiangong space station?
Yeah. So there is actually enough space for the living of 2 crews for quite long period of time during the mission. As our designed system, that we usually have a relatively short overlap between the 2 crews, but they actually can stay in the space for quite long time. Yeah. So following what Professor Yang just mentioned, that the best choice is having the crew, the spaceship 21, sending back the current crews, and then sending up another new one. So I think that is that decision is made based on the evaluation that actually the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft is in very, very good condition. Mm-hmm. Yeah, is normal in terms of every aspect of its function. So there is no reason to emergently say dislocate that one or the cargo ship from our space station and sending up a new one, and then sending the crews back using a new spaceship or the number 21 spaceship. The number 20 is actually functioning well. Yeah. So in terms of space, in terms of resources, in terms of everything, actually the 2 crews, the 6 people, they're totally fine of living there for quite a long time.
Yeah. Chinese astronauts are rotating every 6 months on board the Tiangong space station. Now, as you mentioned just now, the Shenzhou-22 mission could be sent to space without astronauts, and that's going to be an unmanned mission there. What could that mean to the following events of the Shenzhou program?
Well, as you mentioned, our Shenzhou-22 spacecraft, together with the Long March 2F Y-22 launch vehicle, will launch in an unmanned status and dock to our front docking port of our Tianhe-1 core module. And after 6 months, the Shenzhou-21 crew will go back to the Earth with this spaceship. Of course, after that, it will go back to normal. The original Shenzhou-22 crew will change to Shenzhou-23 crew, and they will take the Shenzhou-23 spacecraft to our Tiangong space station half a year later. And during this procedure, of course, we need to have an additional Shenzhou spacecraft. I believe after launch of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft several days later, we will accelerate the production of our Shenzhou-23 spacecraft and the Long March 2F rocket.
Mm-hmm. We were watching some live pictures from a camera installed from outside the spacecraft. There was a visual of Earth from space, and I'm sure this will be a long-awaited sight for these astronauts heading back home.
Yes. On the right of the screen, we can see the 3D animation. Mm-hmm. Although it's an animation, but it represents the real status. So at this moment, it's conducting a yaw maneuver or change its direction for 90 degrees. So the next critical step will be the separation between the orbital module on the front from the re-entry capsule. So this is the first critical step to separate the orbital module.
Right.
So you may notice that it's in a different direction comparing with its flying direction. So this to avoid a potential collision between the orbital module and the rest part of our Shenzhou spacecraft.
Mm-hmm. Of course, we mentioned just now the issue of space debris has become an increasing headache as more satellites and space missions are launched into space. Is there any ongoing initiative to help countries prevent or mitigate the risks of such a collision?
Yeah, so space debris is not a very new thing. So it has been there for quite a long time. Even we would say that even without the humans' attempt of sending aircrafts to the space, there are natural physical debris in the space. But still, in the recent years, we see most of the space debris they are coming from the previous satellites. Say get retired, and there are some space collisions generating new space debris, and it's becoming a more and more severe problem and hazard for manned space agencies. And there are also more and more research and attempts to actively and also passively protecting our devices, no matter satellites, spacecraft, space station, from the space debris.
Sure. And right now, some live pictures of the spacecraft adjusting its position?
Yes. So at this moment, the first separation has successfully conducted. And you may notice that the Shenzhou spacecraft continues to change it. Oh, the main engine ignited. So this is a de-orbit burn.
Right.
Usually this burn will last for two minutes from a circum-Earth orbit to the re-entry trajectory. So this is the most critical part of this propulsion system.
And of course, as the re-entry module enters into the atmosphere, there is going to be a blackout moment.
Several minutes later.
Right.
So you may notice on this video, you may notice that the solar wings are weaving because, with the ignition of the two main engines, each with a thrust of 2,500 newtons, so it will cause some vibration of the whole Shenzhou spacecraft. So the astronauts can feel this vibration. But it only lasts for about 2 minutes.
Right. So do we have any observation of how these 6 astronauts lived on space? Because there was this extended handover period. They spent almost 9 days together. More than 9 days, 12 days.
Actually speaking, they've already conducted the handover before the 5th of November.
Right.
You know that at that moment, the host of the station is already the Shenzhou-21 crew, not the Shenzhou-20 crew.
Yeah.
So because our return is delayed, so together they conduct the scientific research again. I believe this time, the Shenzhou-20 crew brings the 4 black mice back to the Earth.
And now a lot of attention is also on the 3 newly arrived taikonauts, the Shenzhou-21 crew, who are currently staying on the Tiangong space station. They're going to spend more than 6 months there, currently without a properly functioning rescue vessel.
Yeah. As I mentioned, because that the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft has already going back home, on its way back home. So at this moment, the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft is the rescue ship for our Shenzhou-21 crew. Although it has some crack on the window, but still, theoretically speaking, if anything wrong happened, for instance, if a big debris impact on our space station and it has a depressurization, so if it's not habitable for our astronauts, we will go back to the Earth with the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft. But the situation will change soon. So several days later, as I mentioned, with the launch of our Shenzhou-22 spacecraft, we will have another choice. So at this moment, the Shenzhou spacecraft is already on the trajectory back to the Earth.
And of course, anytime before the successful launch of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft, the mission will be filled with uncertainty.
Yeah. So after about 5 to 6 minutes, they will, that the ground staff will announce the coordinate of the first prediction of our landing point. So this is very important for the rescue team.
You were with us, Professor Yang, when the Shenzhou-18 mission returned to Earth. That was in 2023, I believe. So how is the time and location of the landing decided? That was early morning in Beijing, but this time it's sometime in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, that's the most important restraints for our return mission is that we can only conduct the return when the trajectory of our Tiangong space station just passing through the Earth is passing through the orbital plane of our Tiangong space station.
Let me just jump in here, Professor Yang, because we got audios from the astronauts saying that they are in good health.
Yes, that's the ordinary routine to report their status after the deorbit burn.
And also some pictures now from the Gobi Desert, which is going to be the landing site.
So I believe this is a video from the helicopters.
Right. And the helicopters are part of the search and rescue mission after the return module touched down in this part of northwest China.
Yeah. So, that's the Dongfeng landing site is the second main landing site of the Sizhiwang banner. The advantage is that you may see that on the video, it's really flat. Mm-hmm. But today, because that we have a 9-day delay for the return, I believe that it's much, a little bit colder than 9 days before.
Right. Professor Sui, what do we know about the search and rescue mission? Because I understand the teams have been practicing rehearsals to make sure that they could find and to locate and to find our astronauts as soon as possible, right after they touch down.
Right. So usually there is a original plan for the landing trajectory and the landing site, but you know that the real physics is never the same as simulation or as our calculations 100% in precision. So there is actually a region of possibility of landing. So in order to find the crews as fast as possible, so there is some pre-planning that's over this space. There will be allocated the ground and also the air searching teams to generating a net or a grid, so that no matter where exactly the spacecraft is landing, we could find them and we could reach them as soon as possible.
Yeah. Now, as we spent a lot of time talking about the delay of this return mission, let's also take a look at the Shenzhou-20 mission overall, because we understand this is the 15th crewed Chinese space flight and the 20th flight overall of the Shenzhou program. What were some of the main mission objectives?
Well, that's really a great mission. You know that during this mission, as you mentioned, it is the longest mission which China ever conducted, 203 days in orbit. And moreover, you see that Commander Chen Dong, this is his third mission, and the cumulative duration on flight is more than 400 days. So that's a record for China. In the future, you know that next year, we will conduct a mission for one astronaut stay in orbit for about 1 year. So that's a really meaningful for space science and the space medicine study. You see that this time, during this Shenzhou-20 mission for this half a year, they conducted 4 EVA during the mission. And one significant point is that one of the EVA spacesuit is used for 20 times. You know that the designed lifespan is 15 times, and it can work longer, more times than the designed lifespan. So, the main contribution is that for the second batch of our new EVA spacesuit, the designed lifespan is 20 times within 4 years. So this is one contribution of our Shenzhou-20 crew. And it also, they conducted 7 unmanned cargo from its airlock to the outer space, and also multiple scientific research works.
Mm-hmm. Professor Sui, also some highlights from your perspective of this mission?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there are more and more scientific studies going on Shenzhou-20 spaceship, and I'm personally very interested in the human-related studies or maybe our medical-related studies, right? Because in the future, we actually want to see that how long can human travel in the space, and our physical conditions, our psychological, mental conditions, how would that change in space over time? Yeah, so I think there are gradually more and more from micro to macro scale, different levels of experiments happening in the space, right? For example, in this, in the new mission, the Shenzhou-21, they send up mammals, right? They send up 4 little mice up to the space. Yeah, so we're gradually reaching more and more rich and complex biological systems experiments in the space.
And we're getting this amazing visual from a camera mounted outside of the return module of the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft.
Precisely speaking, this is a camera mounted on the propulsion module. You can see one of the solar wings on the left side, and it's looking backwards. And we can see the multiple nozzles and other instruments on the re-entry on the propulsion module.
Yeah.
And the next step will be, that after the descending procedure reaches the altitude about 145 kilometers, we will conduct another very critical action, the separation of the propulsion module.
Right. And right now, the command center has announced the first prediction of the landing,
the coordinate of our landing point.
And then there's going to be 4 such annannouncements.
Yes, 4
each
predictions.
Time getting more precise.
It becomes more and more precise. So the helicopters and the ground vehicles will go to with the guidance of this prediction.
Right. So we also talked about the resupply mission, the Tianzhou-9, which is currently still docked on the Tiangong space station. And the cargo mission arrived in July, meaning that the station still remains well supplied.
Yeah, exactly. So that's also one reason we can support this postpone for 9 days. So we have sufficient food, sufficient supplies for our 6 crew members. That every time before the launch of our Tianzhou spacecraft, we can ensure at least our 3 crew members can stay longer for about 3 months. So that's the reason they can be very, very confident to stay there and do more scientific research. And, that's according to the announcement of China Manned Space Agency, probably this year or next year, we will also have a smaller commercial cargo spacecraft called Qingzhou, which is developed by China Academy of Science. So it will give us another choice to bring more fresh food or other things, supplies to our astronauts.
Yeah, more diverse choices, dietary choices. Now, the Tianzhou-9, the Tianzhou cargo spaceships are usually sent up to space every 8 months.
Exactly.
Is there going to be any adjustment of schedule for the next launch of the cargo ship?
I think that could be possible because since this change of schedule of sending the Shenzhou 20 crew members using the 21, we're gonna accelerate the process of sending a new manned spacecraft, the 22, in a short period. So also the cargo ships and other things could also be changed correspondingly. Yeah, and also even without this sudden change, because the China Space Agency is getting more and more mature and confident about the regular missions, there could also be new missions and a variety of new attempts in the space domestically and maybe with collaboration with our international partners. Yeah.
And this delay, which was 9 days later than originally planned, is going to put a lot of stress on the taikonauts heading back home, I believe. And you've worked extensively with Chinese astronauts over the years, over the decades. What could it mean to them as they, anticipate this moment of heading back home?
Well, I don't think they will be nervous because you know that we have multiple support. As I mentioned, we have two independent environmental control and life support subsystem on board our Tianhe 1 and also Wentian module. So even for a longer duration for the crew member, no problem. Mm-hmm. And also, as we already discussed, we have supplied sufficient resupplies, sufficient food, and also you know that we can recycle our water for about 95%. So we don't need more water. Only maybe the food for 3 crew members for 9 days. We should have additional food for in this situation. Mm. So for the air, for breeze, and also for the water, no problem. And moreover, you see that because the 6 members can work together, it also a good example that they can do more scientific research together. Because you know that today we are in the application and development phase for our Tiangong Space Station program. And the main task of every crew is conducting scientific research. Usually, they have all kinds of research, and some are so complex and cannot be completed during one term. Right. So during the handover, they will talk about the scientific research face-to-face and hand over to the next team. But this time gives them more chance to work together. 9 additional days to conducting scientific research. So this is a good example.
And during this return mission, we could see Commander Chen Dong flipping through the pages of manual. Yes. Explain to us what's in that manual and what are they doing right now as we speak.
You may notice all the 3 crew members are reading the manuals. So this manual not only has the instructions for normal operations, but also contain the abnormal case in every step. If anything wrong happens, what they should do. So they have all kinds of instructions. So you can see that they read after some time, they will change from page to page to read the instructions. So this is even more important for the commander and for the pilot. So every time during the return, we must have 2 astronauts, at least 2 astronauts, have the ability to piloting the ship. Because you know that if anything wrong, if someone is not very comfortable, the other one will be his backup. So I believe usually the commander has the ability to act as a pilot, but usually the flight engineer can also do this thing. So at least the 2 of them hand piloting the ship.
Of course. Professor Sui, would you explain to us the responsibility of each of the taikonauts there? Because we know they're the commander, the operator, and also the flight engineer.
Yes, yeah. So our current setup of one crew is that we have a commander, which is making orders, which is taking over of everything, and we have we have another expert in terms of doing the regular commands mission tasks, and starting recently, we also have the regular engineering experts. Sometimes we call payload expert, right, because they are not originally trained to be perform tasks under very extreme cases, but they have their specialty training in scientific research, in a lot of specialized areas, so that they can perform very specific research tasks in more details. Yeah. So these are the setup of the crew members, and I think for the crew members, they are very well prepared. So if you ask them to say not coming back today, stay in the space for another 3 months.
Another delay.
Yeah, for another delay, they're totally fine with that, because they are, as Professor Yang mentioned, they are very well trained and they're very calm. In their regular training, they were expecting all those uncertainties, corner cases. They are the very brave of our people, and their family members are actually under pressure, right? Because they got less information comparing to the taikonauts, right? They don't know what happened. They don't know the severity, everything. Yeah, they just want the taikonauts to come back as soon as possible, right? Yeah, but in terms of the crew members themselves, they are actually quite calm and comfortable, and all those things are under their plan.
Of course, the taikonauts are also very confident about the contingency plans in place to, always have a way to bring them safely back home.
We've already mentioned the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft. One important thing for our Shenzhou-21 crew today is the training and the simulation of the piloting the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft. You know that, as you mentioned, the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft will come to the station in an unmanned status. So you know that usually we conduct the automatic docking.
Right.
Yeah. But in an abnormal case, if anything wrong happened to the automatic docking system, we have another choice. We can conduct a remote-controlled manual docking. So if anything wrong happened to the automatic docking system of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft, the Shenzhou-21 crew inside the Tianhe-1 core module, they can use the control panel to remote control of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft and conduct the manual docking to the station. We've already mastered this technology during the Shenzhou-13 mission. During that mission, the Shenzhou-13 crew piloting the Tianzhou-2 spacecraft to conduct a manual docking. You know that Tianzhou-2 is a cargo spacecraft. It's unmanned, but we conducted a manual docking with the remote control measure. So this is a very important technology necessary for every mission, to have another choice, to have a backup measure for our to ensure the safety and the success of the whole mission.
This is indeed a very important point you just mentioned. A lot of people would imagine that this remote docking would be conducted by the scientists on the ground instead of the astronauts.
That would be automatic if it is controlled by the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
So apparently these three taikonauts are, wrapping up their journey to space this time, and Commander Chen Dong is very experienced. He's a veteran taikonaut, third time in space, a cumulative stay of more than 400 days. How does that experience contribute to the overall success of the mission?
Well, I can still remember that during the Shenzhou-16 mission, that's the first time we conduct a midterm stay in space together with Commander Jing Haipeng during that mission. We do have some abnormal cases during the mission, and what impressed me most that is Commander Jing Haipeng and Mr. Chen Dong is very calm during the whole process. Moreover, you see that the Shenzhou-14 mission is the first time Mr. Chen Dong acted as the commander, and it is just during the Shenzhou-14 mission we have the very intensive tasks of the coming of our Wentian module, the coming of the Mengtian module, and the transposition of the both modules. So it's so complex. So I think that the Commander Chen Dong is very experienced. So I think this time for him is a small case.
Yeah. And really, our taikonauts are all pretty young. Commander Chen Dong was born in 1978, so he's currently 47 years old, and the other two, one of them was born even after 1990.
Yeah.
So we have this young generation of astronauts getting ready for China's space programs.
Yes, and Mr. Chen Dong, that this is the second time he's commanding a mission. I believe that that very important thing, very interesting thing is that the second batch of our taikonauts, we have 7 crew members, and all these members have already have at least 2 missions. And Mr. Chen Dong even has 3 missions, including our 2 female astronauts, Ms. Liu Yang and Ms. Wang Yaping. All of them have already conducted 2 missions.
And a lot of people would believe that it's really getting busy by year end at the Jiuquan satellite launch site. So how will the following space missions, for example, the launch of the Shenzhou-22, affect the following projects?
Well, that's every time if we have a crew on board our Tiangong station, we will, every time, no exception, we will have a backup spaceship and a backup launch vehicle for the potential rescue mission. And although they are not completely assembled together, but they do stand in the vehicle assembly building. And usually we have two choices. One is 8.5 days, the other is 16 days. During this very short duration, we can complete all the examinations and testing for the spacecraft and for the launch vehicle, and then conduct a launch. You know that for both the Shenzhou spacecraft and our Long March 2F, all these are very, very complex. So many subsystems. So to ensure the success of the launch, we must conduct and complete all these examinations, no exception. So this is a challenge we must face, but we've already practiced and drilled for this kind of situation. So I believe that after several days, we will have successful launch of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft.
Now, as Professor Yang mentioned just now, China always has a backup satellite and launch vehicle ready at near-ready status. Tell us about the importance of always having this, backup vehicles and backup equipment ready for just in case anything goes wrong in the current mission.
Yeah. So this is actually a very important.
And now the separation right now of the propulsion module and the return module.
So this is also a very critical step.
Right. More visuals now from the landing site, the vast Gobi Desert in northwest China.
Usually, at this stage, we cannot see the videos in the re-entry capsule because you know that the hanging antenna is mounted on the propulsion module and it's already separated. But this moment, we still have the connection with our Shenzhou spacecraft because we still have a receiver on board our re-entry capsule to connect our Shenzhou spacecraft with the ground staff with the help of our Tianlian data relay satellite. So when it passing through a ground station along its trajectory, we can have this kind of video. But you know that we only have a few stations outside China.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Now you're watching CGTN special coverage of China's space mission. The Shenzhou-20 crew is heading back to Earth. The spacecraft will land at the Dongfeng site in northern China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. The three taikonauts, Chen Dong, Chen Zhongrui, and Wang Jie, are all in good shape. The spacecraft has adjusted its altitude for 2 times, and the re-entry capsule has detached from propulsion module. And this is the first mission for Chen Zhongrui. He's from the 3rd intake of Chinese astronauts. Born in 1984, Chen is a former PLA Air Force pilot. And this is also the first space mission for Wang Jie. Wang was selected to join the 3rd intake of Chinese astronauts in 2020. He was born in 1989, and Wang was an engineer at the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Now, we are also anticipating the return of our Shenzhou-20 crew, and they're arriving back to Earth on board the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. More pictures now, live from the helicopters installed.
Yes.
The cameras installed on helicopters as part of the search and rescue mission. And the team is going to locate and retrieve our taikonauts as soon as they touch down on Earth.
What we mentioned, the separation of the propulsion module happened at the altitude of 145 kilometers. And after that, after the altitude reached to below 100 kilometers, they will enter what we call the blackout area. Because the friction between the module and the air, it will cause very high temperature and it will cause the ionizing of the air surrounding of the vehicle. And also, you know that because of the temperature, the ablative material on the heating shield will be come to vapors, so it will form a ion plasma. It will block the radio waves, so we cannot have communication with the vehicle. And after several minutes, after it's slow enough, we will go out of the blackout area.
Of course. Professor Sui, as an expert in aerospace engineering, what was the first feeling, the primary feeling that you had when you heard the news of this delay?
My first feeling is that, it happened. Finally, such things happens that space debris, got impact our space missions, because as a scientist, we know that so there are possibility that the space debris will influencing our spacecraft, will influencing our systems, but there is just a unknown that how and when, right? In some sense, this is actually a good thing we see the space debris, because it's not influencing our system severely, and it's actually increasing our experience and our understanding of how to deal with such events and such circumstances in the future. But my feeling at that time was that there will be more understanding of such events, and there will be more attempts, active approaches and passive protections over the space missions, over the spacecrafts, to help us to understand and, more importantly, to protect our space crews.
So this attack by the space debris is not necessarily a bad thing. It really contributes to our experience.
What we see now is a video stream from infrared camera on the ground. And on the previous video, we can see bright spot is a re-entry capsule, and we can see a beautiful trail that is the debris of the propulsion module. Because you know that we only had heat protection on the re-entry capsule. And for the propulsion module, you know that it do not have a heat protection, so it will break into pieces and burn during the re-entry.
Right. Now, as the capsule re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, is going to go through a lot of changes in terms of pressure, in terms of heat,
and also vibration. So the G-forces acting on the body of our astronaut usually is about 3.6 times of your own mass. So that's the deceleration you experience. Besides this acceleration, you can also feel a very intensive vibration, because of the aerodynamic force is very intensive. And you can see the very high temperature flame outside your window. Although that's, it's very high temperature, but with the ablative materials, we can keep the room temperature inside the cabin. And at this moment, we can see the trail of our Shenzhou spacecraft is still in the blackout area, but after several minutes, when it's slowed down and go out of the blackout area, we can re-establish the communication link between the vehicles.
Of course. So I have one more question about this, the impact of space debris. It could be from a very tiny piece of space junk, but why could such a small piece have such a big impact on our equipment or the spacecraft?
So space debris have different sizes, and usually the scientists and our space agency could detect and stably keep track of the space debris of, say, with a size of several centimeters and larger, right? But for the smaller ones, for example, with the diameter less than 1 centimeter, so those are the really ones that is hard to detect them, it's hard to keep track of them, no matter in the space or from the ground. And because those little pieces, although they are very small, but they have very high energy and very large momentum. The relative speed, when the relative speed is very high, it can cause damage or injury to the system.
Of course. And any visual of a space mission is quite spectacular. It's quite unusual for people to see, especially when we have those from cameras mounted outside the spacecraft.
At this moment, that spacecraft is already in the trajectory, in the territory of China. So it's already, I believe, maybe in Xinjiang or Gansu province. And you can see the clouds already. As you mentioned, why the debris is so dangerous, that the kinetic energy of a space debris is proportional to the square of its velocity. So even if it's much smaller or the mass is much smaller than 1 gram, but you know that its velocity is 7.9 kilometers. How big it is to be squared. So that is why it is so dangerous. And even this very small piece, the damage can be bigger than the bomb. So that is the reason why we should pay more attention to the influence of these dangerous debris.
This could be a breathtaking moment for the families of the taikonauts because this is a blackout moment. No communications could be established between ground to their spacecraft.
I believe the blackout area will be ended soon, within several seconds.
Let's hope so.
So at the moment already we cannot see the trail. It means that the velocity is already slow enough. And at the altitude about 10 kilometers, it will deploy its parachutes. So that's, at that moment, it's already subsonic.
Usually after the spacecraft touches down on the ground, it's going to take a long time for the astronauts to step out of the spacecraft. They need time to readjust to gravity.
That is called the readaptation of the gravity.
Correct. And also, it will take some time for the search and rescue team to locate them and to try to help them out.
I believe that the de-acceleration parachute is already deployed.
Now, we heard the latest information from our gallery director is that the Shenzhou-20 crew is reporting they are in good condition. So it seems that all systems are functioning well as expected.
So it's already out of the blackout area. We can hear the voice of our Shenzhou-20 crew.
Yep.
Communications have been re-established between ground and space.
So usually after deployment of the main parachute, they will be already safe enough. And at that moment, it will be very, very relaxed.
So this mission was longer than expected. They spent 9 more days in space working together with the incoming Shenzhou-21 crew. And this is the first time that China's space mission was significantly adjusted. The schedule of the space mission was significantly readjusted because of space debris. But as Professor Sui mentioned just now, it's not necessarily a bad thing because it really enriches our experiences in space exploration. And as we launch more satellites and spacecrafts into space, and as the world enhances and promotes space exploration, things like this could happen.
Right. And this is also a good way to do experiments.
The parachute.
So this is the main parachute.
Yep.
The total area of this main parachute is 1,200 square meters.
Yeah. Well, apparently they've come
so
a long way. It's lucky that we are watching this during daylight. We get a better visual of the parachute and the return module.
So after the deployment of the main parachute, we still have several critical steps.
Right.
One thing is the jettisoning of the heating shield. You know that we no longer need the heating shield, so they need to jettison the heating shield to expose the retro rocket engines for the final touch.
Now, 6,000 more meters above the ground. Can we say welcome back home at this stage?
I do think so.
You do think so. So the most important critical step has been completed, which is the deployment of the main parachute.
At this moment, I think Wang Jie also, I'm very proud of him because he's also from Inner Mongolia. I think at this moment he can consider the choice of her dinner today.
Right.
So he's literally coming back home. Huh?
He's literally coming back home, and very soon they're going to feel gravity.
Yeah. And Mr. Wang Jie, you know, he's come from Baoshan, one part of the Inner Mongolia. This region is famous because of its watermelon. Very delicious.
Right. This is a very unusual moment of homecoming for the Shenzhou-20 crew.
Yes. So there are several critical steps. One is, as I mentioned, the separation of the main heating shield, and also the release of the remaining propellant because it's toxic. We have a propulsion system on the re-entry capsule, but you after several minutes you can see the white fog from the capsule. It is a release of the remaining
chemicals.
I think Professor Yang is trying to hear the audios.
Yeah. What we heard is that it changes the direction from a linear direction to a perpendicular direction to prepare for the lockdown. And another important step is raise the chairs of the three taikonauts.
The elevation of the chairs?
Raising the chair to absorb the energy or energy dumping for the impact.
Oh, a cushioning.
At the touchdown moment.
Right, okay. So there's going to be 4 predictions of the coordinates.
The fourth prediction, it will be probably the final one, the most accurate prediction for the coordinates, the latitude and the longitude of the landing point. So the ground staff, including the what we call the Xiong-Ying, the helicopters, and the Mengshi, the ground vehicles, will go to this point.
The return module is now 4,000 meters above the ground, and right now it's the jettisoning of the heating shield.
Yeah. In Chinese, it's called 大底, so because it is at the bottom. So this is an important matter because the temperature of this heating shield is too high, and we must expose that we have a gamma ray altimeter to measure the distance between the bottom and the ground.
So the predictions of the coordinates, when we reach the final round, how precise could it be, Professor Sui?
Yeah, the prediction could be pretty high and is actually actively getting readjusted and re-updated.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's check in the latest now with our reporter Zheng Yibing, who's standing by for us live at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Well, Yibing, we are anticipating the touchdown any moment from now on. What do you have for us?
Well, yes, Mong, here at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center, we see the whole process of the return mission of the Shenzhou-21 crew members, from the separation of the spacecraft from Tiangong space station to the separation of the re-entry capsule with the orbital capsule, and to the traversing the black barrier zone in atmosphere, and to the opening of the main parachute. Everything goes on smoothly as planned. And well, on the big screen, we also see the coordinates of the landing spots have been more precisely predicted, and the air and ground rescue and rescue team already in position. And we can see the appearance of the 3 taikonauts, the Shenzhou-20 crew members, as well as we are supposed to see the Space Mice just launched half a month ago with the Shenzhou-21 crew members. And now on my chest, you can see the badge of the Shenzhou-20 mission. It is first ever in the history of China manned space. It is such a very interesting design. First time it adopts the form of the triangular instead of the round shape. And also, for the first time ever, Shenzhou-20 crew members face the first time ever new situation in space. So that is from my bottom of my heart, they are the heroes, not only the Shenzhou-21 crew members about to land on the Dongfeng landing site in the Gobi Desert in northwestern China, but also the Shenzhou-21 crew members now in China's Tiangong space station. They are the heroes exploring in the frontier of the human space exploration. So let's send them the best of wishes. And Shenzhou-21 crew members are about to land in minutes. Back to you, Mamang.
Absolutely. It's remarkable that we're witnessing this historic moment together. Here with us also in the studio, our guest here. Now, the return module is 3,000 meters above the ground. And we are expected to see the touchdown any moment from now.
Yeah, just about 1 minute ago, we've seen that the release of the white fog. It's the propellant from the monopropulsion system of our re-entry capsule. Because you know that we can conduct the controlled re-entry. We can fly to the predicted landing point with the control. So, because with the deployment of the parachute, we do not need the propellant any longer. So that is the reason why we, after the deployment of the main parachute, we will release these toxic propellants. And,
right.
You know,
and
that
also the caravan is already on the move to
Even
locate.
after touchdown, to ensure the safety of our ground staff, we also need to check if any remaining toxic are remained.
The helicopters, as well as the vehicles on the ground, are all getting into position to try to locate the return module as soon as it touches down.
Exactly. Yeah. So I believe at this moment, maybe the 3 chairs of the astronauts has already raised higher to prepare for the impact.
The impact of landing.
Yeah. And in the previous video, we can see the on the far side is Mr. Chen Zhongrui, or called 02. He has one important task: to cut the rope of the parachute. Yeah. After touchdown, he is in charge of press the button to cut the rope. Also very important, because you know that if you cannot cut it off, it will be the wind will pull the whole vehicle on the ground. That will be a little bit dangerous.
So at this point in time, as the parachute is floating with the return module, how should the astronauts be feeling now?
They've
gone through the most intense moment.
The G-forces has already very normal, about about the same as on the ground. But they can still feel the vibration and the waving, not very comfortable.
No. And of course, it has to do with climate condition on the ground. If it gets too windy, the swinging feeling will be even stronger.
But I have some friends from other countries, but it's better than splashdown in the ocean, because you know, after splashdown in the ocean, the wave will make you more inconvenient.
Right.
You can feel that.
So in terms of feeling, it could be better than sitting in a small boat that's jittering in the sea.
Yeah. So landing on the ground, will it be easier for the search and rescue team to locate?
Absolutely, and it's more safe comparing with splashdown in the ocean.
And
it's much faster, right?
Of course.
On the ground than in the
you may
water.
notice that the direction of the capsule has already changed to a leaning one to a perpendicular one. So that is conducted by the releasing some of the ropes on connecting to the parachute. This is also a very important preparation for the touchdown, because you know that at this right moment, the gamma ray altimeter is measuring the precise distance between the ground and the bottom of the vehicle, and at the altitude about 1 or 2 meters, the 4 solid rocket engines called the retro rocket engines will ignite and continuously reduce the speed to about 1-2 meters per second. That will be convenient enough for our 3 astronauts.
Of course. And when is the moment that astronaut Wang Jie will have to cut the rope from the parachute?
Chen Zhongrui.
Chen Zhongrui.
Yeah. After touchdown, they have all kinds of input. They can look out of the window, and also they can look at the instruments, read the parameters. They can judge whether already touched down or not, and then press the button.
If you've just joined us, this is CGTN special coverage of the return mission of China's Shenzhou-20 crew. The 3 taikonauts are coming back home on board the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. There was a delay of this return mission. They stayed longer in space, 9 days to be exact.
9 days longer.
And they're finally back home. 900 meters above the ground.
But all our 3 heroes also make a record for the China Aerospace.
For staying longer than 200 days in space.
More than 200 days in outer space.
And for Commander Chen Dong, his duration in space actually doubled the rest of his teammates.
His accumulated duration is more than 400 days. Yeah.
Is that pretty remarkable for any astronaut?
Honestly speaking, for other countries, we still need to catch up with them because they have many astronauts who stays in outer space for more than 1 year.
Wow. Now, we've got the latest announcement, which is the fourth prediction of the coordinates of landing. And this time, it could be very precise for the search and rescue team.
So this is the coordination of the Shenzhou spaceship system, the TT and C system, and also our landing site system.
So for the Shenzhou-21 crew who are currently in the Tiangong space station, will they be also following this very closely from...
They are watching the live coverage of CMG now.
Are they actually doing that?
They do that. And also I can still remember that Mr. Jing Haipeng, the commander of the Shenzhou-16 crew, responds to the anchors in the studio because they can see the CMG live coverage, and when the anchor say hello to him, he can respond.
I'm pretty sure they're also holding their breaths, just as the families of these Shenzhou-20 crew are.
So still several seconds waiting for the touchdown.
And
you can see during the touchdown, you can see the smokes of the 4 solid rocket engines.
All right.
To reduce the speed from more than 10 meters per second to less than 2 meters per second.
The landing site is in northwest
Very
China.
soft and gently.
The Dongfeng landing site. The vast Gobi Desert.
You know that for our new generation spaceship, we will not use this retro rocket. We will use airbags.
Airbags?
For the touchdown.
To cushion the impact of landing.
Exactly. So that's very interesting. And next
it's
year,
getting closer to ground.
Yeah.
This is the moment. They're wrapping up. Touchdown. Welcome back home. And I guess they'd be feeling
now
surreal.
Now is the time for Mr. Chen Zhongrui to cut the rope.
To cut the rope, right. This gigantic parachute has done its mission. And so have our astronauts.
In most cases, the capsule will lie down. But we have 2 exceptions, the Shenzhou-6 mission and the Shenzhou-13 mission. Land in vertical.
Right. Well, they've made it home safe and sound. It took longer than expected, but there they are. I guess it'd be surreal for them to feel gravity again. And this is a moment of gravity.
You can see the smoke is, I believe, caused by the helicopter.
Yeah. And also a sigh of relief for those following closely, especially the family of our taikonauts of the Shenzhou-20 mission, and for their teammates up in space, on the Tiangong space station, the Shenzhou-21 crew.
So this is a camera, I believe, comes from the ground vehicle.
The ground vehicles are on standby. We could see that they're very close to the return module. This is the Shenzhou-20 crew. They've arrived back to Earth on board the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. There was a little delay of this return mission, but here we are. Our taikonauts are safely back home.
So we can see at the bottom, is in white color, is the bottom of the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. The re-entry capsule is in very good shape. Usually, if you conduct the landing at night, you can see the beacons to help the ground staff to find, they've already reached.
The teams are really getting close to the return module so fast.
Yeah. Only several seconds.
Yeah, less than a minute.
Yeah.
And I guess the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft also spent such a short time in space. It was not ready to come back until
only half a month.
Half a month.
Yep.
But the original plan was 6 months.
So that's the reason we are so confident, because it's only stayed in outer space for half a month. So it's absolutely in a very good status to ensure the safety for our crew to go back.
Right.
If it lasts for half a year, so that's a different matter. We need to have, as Professor Xia has mentioned, a very cognitive checking.
So as time goes on, there could be more uncertainties.
Yeah. Right. So, because with longer durations, higher possibility for the impact of the debris.
Right. Helicopters are also arriving very closely to the touchdown spot.
Usually we have 4 to 5 helicopters. One acts as the commander, one is in charge of communication, and the others helping the medics and other crew to reach the landing site.
Now, as our reporter Zheng Yibing mentioned just now from the Aerospace Command Center, scientists were racing against the clock for this delayed mission, which caused a lot of adjustments on the ground as well.
Yeah, it's not easy for the helicopter. You know that the condition, the terrain is very complex. Not only it has sand, but also that's very sharp, small stones. With the landing of the helicopter, the sharp stones may cause some damage to our helicopter. So that's the challenge our ground staff must face.
The weather is good.
The weather's pretty good. Visibility, not so windy.
Yeah.
And we could watch this all under daylight. And our Aerospace Command Center is still reporting on the latest status of the return module of our astronauts.
So from this view, we can see the rope has been normally cut off.
Severed.
So the Mr. Chen Zhongrui has already completed his task.
Right.
This is very important task.
Now I guess our taikonauts are all catching their breath, relaxing a little bit.
Yeah. So this is a normal condition. The front hatch will be opened by our ground staff and help them to go out. So the first one go out will be Commander Chen Dong because he sits in the middle.
Right.
And that's the size of the hatch is very small, so they can only go one by one.
Yeah, and he could make room for his teammates.
Yeah.
The handover between different crews of astronauts and Tiangong Space Station usually takes a few days, but this time it was more than 10 days, I believe.
No, as I mentioned, they've already conducted handover before the 5th of November.
Right.
So, that maybe it's on the 2nd or the 3rd of November. So at that moment, the Shenzhou-21 crew is already the host of the station.
But they were still working together, carrying out experiments.
So they worked 9 days longer.
This is also an experiment for how the Tiangong Space Station could accommodate extended durations of more than one team of astronauts.
Exactly. So it's a very good example that we can support 6 crew to stay in orbit for at least 14 days.
Now, contingency plans have been in place to launch the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft. It's going to be an unmanned mission to space, and the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft will be the rescue vehicle for the Shenzhou-21 crew currently operating in China's space station.
So we will conduct 2 important missions. One is an unmanned launch of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft and an unmanned return or unmanned landing of the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft.
Is there a time schedule for when the return mission of the Shenzhou-20 is going to take place?
We are still waiting for the formal announcement of China Manned Space Agency for these 2 operations.
And this is live picture now from northwest China, the Dongfeng landing site on the vast Gobi Desert. Our Shenzhou-20 crew has arrived safely back home. And we've got information from our scientists on the ground that the exterior of the return module looks well.
At the bottom of the Shenzhou re-entry capsule, we have the gamma ray altimeter because it has radio waves, so we must protect our ground staff. You may notice at this moment, no one is on the back side of the Shenzhou spacecraft. All the ground staff is on the other side. This to avoid the influence of the radiation. So they will use a lead cover to block the radiations.
Yeah. And it looks like the hatch is going to open very soon. I mean, this unexpected delays could make their return more emotional, even more emotional for those watching, for their families, for the taikonauts themselves.
And for the 4 mice who stay 9 days longer in outer space.
They probably have no idea what happened.
What's going to happen to them after they've made the touchdown together with the taikonauts?
This is a necessary technology we must master. I believe this will be the only time we bring mice and even other mammals to outer space.
Of course, search and rescue teams are around the return module. We have 1 helicopter on the ground, and I believe this visuals that we're getting is from another helicopter as part of this search and rescue mission.
You know that today, unmanned air vehicle or UAV is widely used. As the original plan for the return, you know that the 5th of November is at night. So we use the helicopter to provide additional light for the landing procedure. But this time, of course, it's in the daytime, so it's no longer necessary.
Now we can see as the search and rescue teams are getting ready, there are also bags being placed right next to the return module. What are they for?
Usually we have all kinds of supplies, for instance, medicines, water, food, from actually speaking, the astronaut system. So usually at this moment, the one who are closer to the range capsule, one team is the astronaut system, the other is the Shenzhou spaceship system. So those from the Shenzhou spaceship system will handle the range capsule. For instance, as I mentioned, the block of the radiation, and also to have all kinds of operations, opening the hatch, these kind of operations. But the medics will, those from the astronaut system, will take care of our astronauts and help them to readapt to the gravity.
The return module is facing backwards from the lighting. Does it look like that the hatch has been opened and the search and rescue crews they seem to be
probably the hatch is facing towards eastern route.
According to the sun.
Direction of the sun.
Right.
But you know that there is a time difference, 1 or 2 hours, the Jiutian satellite launcher from Beijing. So still it's in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. And right now it's almost 5 p.m. in Beijing, and the landing site is pretty distant from where we are at the moment. Massive Gobi Desert. So the flat surface really makes it an ideal landing site for our taikonauts.
Yeah. We choose the Dongfeng landing site or this Gobi Desert. One reason is that it's more wider than the Sichuan banner.
And they're going to do a physical check on
for our crew. And it's not so populated comparing with the Sichuan banner. Mm-hmm. So this is also one important reason. Another reason is that that during the normal operation of our Tiangong space station, because the altitude of our station varying in a wider range, so we need a bigger landing site.
Now, so this return mission and the delay of this return mission would mark some significant changes to the following events of China's space programs. Professor Sui, what are your thoughts on these adjustments? To what extent do they contribute to China's experiences in space exploration?
Yeah, I think in terms of scientific research, it actually provides something very valuable. For example, the mice experiments, right? Mice are a very common experiment animal for us to study human diseases, human aging, and a variety of biological conditions.
They're very genetically close to humans.
Right. So we really want them to stay longer in the space. But because of their life cycles, we cannot afford to send them up and staying the whole period with the crew members of Shenzhou-21. So we can only keep them in the space for a few days in the original plan, right? But conditioned on the new plan, based on the delay, they actually have more time in the space employees get more exposure in the spatial environment so that their responses and the effectiveness of spatial living conditions would have a more significant observable outcome for the scientific research. And also for the coming back of Shenzhou-20, we'll have a more detailed understanding of space debris impact on our spacecrafts.
Absolutely. And more movement on the ground as search and rescue team are getting the final preparation to help our taikonauts out of the return module.
They're also having the protection lines, right?
Protection lines, right. And they're right now conducting a physical check and health consultation on our taikonauts. Live pictures now from Dongfeng landing site. And we're watching pictures of our ground search and rescue team right next to the hatch of the return module of the Shenzhou-20 crew. And the spacecraft is quite unusual in the sense that it is the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. Now we're hearing communication between the command center and the staff on the ground. Let's hear the taikonauts. And we could be hearing from our taikonauts any moment now because the physical check has already completed and seems that they're in good condition. And the exterior of the return module also looks fine, which is a good sign, meaning that this landing was conducted pretty smoothly.
Oh, we can see what I mentioned, the beacon just now.
And this is a moment, a very unusual moment. Every time when we have live coverage of the return missions, it's usually a breathtaking moment for all of us following it. Was that from the commander? We
exactly.
I cannot distinguish.
That must be Commander Chen Dong.
And the scientists from the command center are paying their respect to our taikonauts, and they also said that we're welcoming, we're waiting you to come back in triumph to Beijing.
You may notice at the side wall of our capsule is in different color. It's due to the influence of the burn of the high temperature to the ablative material.
Of course. So this landing process and the re-entry into the atmospheric entry process exposes the return module and our astronauts to extreme heat and pressure.
And you can see one of the window. So that's the same location of the window on Shenzhou-20 spacecraft. So you can see how serious and how careful we are to ensure the safety of our astronauts. Even a small crack, because it will change the spaceship.
So safety is always the top priority when it comes to manned missions to space. It seems that the local weather is getting windy as we speak. The flags.
I think one reason we choose the spring and autumn for our missions is to have a good balance. You see that in winter, usually the climate in Jiutian Satellite Center is not very friendly to everyone.
Unpredictable.
It's so cold and so windy.
So it seems that they're retrieving.
So this is sampling
gas
of
samples.
the gas inside the cabin. So this is a very important thing for our scientific research to the further development, improvement of our life support system.
And this is a regular routine for every return mission.
Yeah, for every mission. Even for unmanned spacecraft.
For unmanned as well.
I can still remember during the Shenzhou-20 mission, during our previous live coverage of CCTV news, we can see this procedure.
That was years ago.
2011.
2011. And we are anticipating the moment when our taikonauts,
so I believe that the three chairs has been prepared for our three heroes to go out of the capsule.
Yes. Right now it's almost 5 p.m. Beijing time, and our taikonauts, the spacecraft, undocked from the Tiangong space station earlier today. They were on their journey back to Earth. It took them about 3 hours. And some area close to the return module on the landing site has been cordoned off. And this is to ensure the maximum safety of our taikonauts.
So you may notice our the national flags, the influence of the wind. So that's very important factor that we must consider even after the final approach or the final prediction of our landing log coordinate. We still need to consider about the influence of the wind, because after deployment of our main parachute, nothing we can do. So the wind will influence the final precise location of the landing site.
Yeah.
So the weather forecasting is a very important subsystem for our landing site.
Yeah. This is our special live broadcast of the return mission of Shenzhou-20 crew. And the crew, 3 taikonauts, spent more than 200 days in space. Commander Chen Dong is a veteran astronaut. This is his 3rd mission in space, and he had a cumulative stay in space for over 400 days. And also we'll be seeing operator Chen Zhongrui and flight engineer Wang Jie.
Still, at this moment, Mr. Wu Fei, another one from Inner Mongolia, is orbiting Earth in our Tiangong space station. He is the youngest astronaut ever in China.
Right. A lot of Chinese astronauts share so many things in common. Many of them were previously fighter pilots from the People's Liberation Army.
But today we can see more and more scientists and engineers join our teams of astronauts.
Exactly.
So this is because, that, as I mentioned, the major task of our Tiangong space station is conducting all kinds of scientific research. With their knowledge and with their experience in engineering and scientific research, we can have more important returns from these scientific research activities.
Yeah. And our astronauts are becoming more versatile, as a lot of them not only conduct scientific researches, but also, give space lectures to students on Earth.
Right. Yeah. And Ms. Wang Yaping, our first space teacher, also expressed her wish to conduct a Tiangong class on the lunar surface.
Of course.
And one of the taikonauts for this crew, Wang Jie, actually mentioned that because he was from Inner Mongolia, when he was a student, he observed that the very first astronaut Yang Liwei coming back to the Inner Mongolia satellite sites and got inspired to a generation of young people, and he was one of the young people devoted to the career of doing space science and technology. Yeah.
the scientific spirits and as well as the spirits of perseverance, of patience, of commitments have inspired generations of people in China, especially the younger generation, who aspire to become heroes like them.
As Professor Sui mentioned, Mr. Wang Jie is also an engineer who is engaged in many space activities before. So he is the right person to be selected as an astronaut. Mm-hmm. And you know that next time, you know that we already have our astronauts from Hong Kong and Macau in now the fourth batch of our astronauts. And sooner or later, we will have the astronaut from Pakistan to conduct a short visit to our Tiangong space station.
And we could expect a greater diversity of backgrounds in our astronauts.
Right. And our space missions are not just benefiting China, it's actually benefiting to the whole humankind, to all the countries in the world. Yeah,
absolutely.
And we'll see more and more valuable international collaborations on the scientific research and even on the new crews of further space tasks.
And according to our medics on the ground, all 3 taikonauts are in good physical condition.
I believe the 3 ground vehicles dedicated for our astronauts with all very comprehensive support already reached the nearby places, one for each astronaut.
So as they are feeling gravity again, what would it feel for them? How does it feel for them to come back to Earth after such extended stay in space, more than 6 months this time?
You know that Mr. Jia Zhigang, the commander who conducted the first half a year duration in outer space, mentioned that even with the softest bed, you still feel inconvenient.
Yeah.
It's really hard for us to imagine the challenges and the feelings. Yeah, but I think one way we can, in some way, estimate the feeling is that suppose that we are lying in bed for a long time.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then you suddenly get up, stand up from the bed. Then you may feel very weird, right? So, and I think that feeling is not is in some way close to, but not exactly the same to the challenges that they are facing, because they got used to zero gravity for quite a long time.
Right. Well, many of us do not have the luxury or the capability to feel zero gravity in space, but a lot of us have spent a long time in water and swimming pool or in the ocean. So I guess that's the feeling, the moment that we step out of the water. Is it similar to the zero gravity kind of feeling?
That's right. One important training for our EVA is in the water pool called the neutral buoyancy pool in Astronaut Center of China. You know, this is the first one to conduct this is Bud Aldrin, because he is a fan of the water diving, scuba diving. So his experience helped him to conduct the first very successful EVA in history in about 1966. So all countries, all space-capable nations conduct this EVA training inside the water pool. No exception.
Gravity feels heavy, but it also feels real. And I guess for our taikonauts, it feels surreal to be feeling
so
gravity
this is
again.
also the similar challenge for the 4 miles, because they stayed in outer space longer, and they do not have a readaptation training for this duration.
Right.
Do you think there's a possibility that they could lose their consciousness as they return to Earth?
I think we'll probably hear more about their scientific research, but still that they don't have any training or prior knowledge on what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
They're probably just going to feel very weird, but don't know why.
Tough moment for them.
Because you know that we choose cage not seat or any belt to fix the mice. So their paws can grab the case very tightly during the re-entry, so to against the vibration. So because you know that we chose the strongest ones among all the black mice. So I believe that they can adapt this very crucial condition.
Of course, it also depends on individual difference. We'll see what's going to happen.
And also, even they are chosen due to their with some psychological examination.
And now, ambulances are also on standby at the landing site.
So we can see the ground vehicle in orange color are the ground vehicle for the support of the medics of our astronaut system. So all these 3 ground vehicles belongs to the astronaut system. It even have toilets inside to help our astronauts. And I believe they will take an airplane go back to Beijing today. I believe this at night today.
So the adaptation process after they return to Earth, how long could it usually take?
It's varying depending on different persons. So someone maybe very very soon they will readapt with this. What impressed me very impressively is Miss the Samantha Cristoforetti, an Italian female astronaut. She can even walk after her mission back home.
Immediately after stepping out of the...
Only several hours, maybe. So this shows that he has very intensive, very good exercise during her mission on board the International Space Station, and she is strong enough for the walk. Because I believe that this is only under the permission of the medics on the ground to ensure that she is already strong enough to walk. Even only several hours after the landing.
Yeah, so that's one of the major challenges for long duration, missions in the space. Without gravity, even our taikonauts, so they have a very intensive plan of doing physical exercises, but still the gradual losing of muscles and bones is a big challenge.
Absolutely. And a delay of return missions is not unprecedented in the global space operations. For example, earlier this year, a mission, 2 NASA astronauts got stuck in space. The mission was originally planned to last for a week, but they had to spend
more than
9 months in space.
So comparing with other countries, look, this time we met similar problems, but we only have a 9-day delay. For Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft, it was also hit by a debris and caused a leak on the propulsion module, and the 3 crew members delayed for half a year. And for the pilots of the Starliner spaceship, they even stayed there, as you mentioned, for 9 months. So this advantage of the system we designed, it is optimized on system level.
So again, just to walk our audience through of this design, the advantage of the system is that the Shenzhou program has a rolling standby policy for emergencies with rockets and spacecraft on near readiness position. They could be launched within 8.5 days or in some cases 16 days.
Yeah, exactly. So we have 2 choices, and we have some kind of rehearsal for this procedure. It's already been examined and it works.
So they're always on standby. Our astronauts up in space could be assured, even if any emergency happens in space, there are always contingency plans, and they are always able to be brought safely back home. Now the chairs are ready for our taikonauts. 01, Commander Chen Dong is ready to step out of the return module.
So this is the chair for Commander Chen Dong.
Right. Let's see how he's doing. And the ground staff is carefully helping him out.
东风，雄鹰报告。雄鹰鸟。动幺航天员已出舱，报告完毕。
There we are.
He's waving to the
Welcome back
audience.
home, Commander Chen Dong.
He's waving to us.
Yeah. He's in good health, it seems. And Commander Chen Dong, this is his third time in space, and he was the commander of 2 previous missions.
Hello, Mr. Chen, welcome back. I'm with CMG. So the Shenzhou-20 crew has postponed its return, and you are now taking the Shenzhou-21 spaceship to come back. Would you like to say something to our country and people? Yes, taking the Shenzhou-21 spaceship has been so rest assured. Our steps to discover the universe, the space will never stop, and it's full of challenges and uncertainties, but that's exactly why we are taking this road. I believe that mission is a great test for all of us, and we are very proud to have finished our missions completely and successfully, and China Aerospace has also fulfilled all of its tasks and missions. And in the past days, we have received a lot of attention and care from the country and the people, and we deeply feel that the manned space flight missions of China has always put the priority, give priority to people's life, to the taikonaut safety, and we have successfully fulfilled our mission and safely returned home. I want to thank our country, support, and all of the professionals who have contributed to our safe return. We are back and we're proud of our country. Thank you.
A very emotional moment. He expressed his appreciation for his counterparts, or fellow colleagues, scientists, and for the country. Commander Chen Dong was born in 1978. He's now 47 years old, and he broke the record for spending the longest time in space, more than 400 days cumulatively. Ground staff are helping him to the support vehicle, where he's going to have a good rest. And he's waving to the public, to the search and rescue team on the ground. This is CGTN's live coverage of the return mission of the Shenzhou-20 mission. We are seeing pictures of Commander Chen Dong being helped out of the return module and being elevated into the life support vehicle. And he's going to head back to Beijing later today, where his family is awaiting. And next to exit the return module will be Chen Zhongrui, the operator of this mission. Professor Sui, usually after the return module touches down on the ground, and when we watch the taikonauts exiting the vessel, what is the primary feeling that it brings out for you?
Yeah, I think I'm very curious about their physical feelings when they finally come back to Earth after, say, in the early days, we would say they spend several days in the space. Then going back would be an easier thing. But later and later, recently, our crews spend over sometimes over half a year in the space. Yeah, so their physical feelings would be very interesting.
Here is operator Chen Zhongrui. His number is 02 of this Shenzhou-20 mission.
And you see that our technology to protect the astronauts are better and better in terms of the design of the chairs and also
let's hear him.
Hello, Mr. Chen Zhongrui. Welcome back. You've been in space for more than half a year now. You're safely returned Earth. What would you like to share with us? Well, April the 24th, we set off to space and we carried out a mission of around half a year. And we've been working closely together with my colleagues and crew members, and we have fulfilled all of our missions and the task handled by us, by the party and the people. So we are very proud and very happy as part of the mission. So the universe is an immense space, and we want to thank all of our space professionals for your effort and our country for me to fulfill the dream. I wish the country permanently prosperity. Thank you.
He's also waving to the people there, the search and rescue team, and to those watching this return mission. This is certainly a moment of pride, and you could just imagine the mix of exhaustion, of awe, of relief after spending such a long time in space. There was some uncertainty that the crew had to face. There was a minor delay, but here they are back home. The mission took longer than expected, but they are back home, safe and sound. I think through our previous coverage of the previous missions, the chair has become different. As Professor Sui mentioned, it's becoming more advanced, better suited to the positions of our astronauts.
All the life protection systems, the vehicles. Yeah, Mr. Chen Zhongrui is sending to, I think this is the medical vehicle number 2.
And still more communication between ground control and the search and rescue team at the landing site. And here at the back of the vehicle, we could see some Chinese characters written there. It says, coming back home safely.
I believe we need more of these vehicles because you know that for the next generation Mengzhou spaceship, we can take 7 astronauts one time with one launch to our Tiangong space station.
Yeah. We could just imagine the numbers of vehicles and the greater size of the search and rescue team and a bigger size of the return module.
Yeah. So for the next generation, we can not only support more short duration visits to Tiangong space station, but also to, according to the final announcement of China Manned Space Agency, we can also have space tourism.
Yeah. A greater complexity of the system. And here we are. Wang Jie is out of the return module. Welcome back home.
The first one of Inner Mongolia from outer space.
Right. Wang Jie is the flight engineer of the Shenzhou-20 mission. He's also the youngest of the 3 crew members. And let's hear him as the MG reporter speaking to him.
Hello, Mr. Wang. You're welcome back. So you've been in space for about 200 days. So what is your plan next? Well, after half a year, finally safely return home and feel gravity again? It feels great. So this space trip is not only a chance for me to fulfill my dreams, but also a trip full of challenges and difficulties. And I've also grown and learned a lot. I want to thank all of the people who have supported me and care about me. I believe that the success of the mission would not be possible without the effort of all the aerospace professionals of China, and it represents that China is now making huge progress in aerospace, and especially manned space missions. And in the future, I will still remain firmly part of this effort and contribute to what I can to this mission. Thank you.
The
3 Taikonauts will be taking on the medical team and they will be taking the special flight to come back to Beijing to get recovered from the mission.
All right, so there was this latest information that our Taikonauts will undergo a certain period of adaptation process to adjust them back to gravity right next to the landing site.
Yeah, exactly.
How long does it take?
It depends. Usually about 1 or 2 weeks. Most time they will lie down and conduct all kinds of medical checking, and also they will do more exercise gradually. And at the second stage, they can stand more every day, and finally they will go back to ordinary training.
And right after their arrival, they will spend about 2 hours to 3 hours for the very short gravity readjustment or refamiliar process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now, according to the latest information from Beijing, the Aerospace Command Center, the return mission of the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft of the Shenzhou-20 crew is now declared a success. Congratulations, our Taikonauts. Welcome back home. This is really a moment of pride, a moment of exhaustion, of all of relief, especially, I guess, for the families of these Taikonauts waiting, sometimes in anxiety, I have to say.
Right. Yeah. So, and you can even see from their gestures of waving. So if you look carefully, you see their gestures are not as normal as from our daily activities, because adaptation to gravity is a quite challenging thing after so long time in space.
Right. Yeah. Are they moving more slowly than what we usually?
You actually can see them moving faster than a natural, say, a very easy hand waving, right? Because they really want to do the fine adjustments of their body under the new gravity condition instead of in the space.
And what really touched me most is that at this moment of, considering how much they went through, a lot of them were still saying that I wish to contribute more to our country, to the development of space exploration.
I believe this will not be their last flight missions. You mentioned that Mr. Chen Dong is a veteran. Now we have 3 veterans.
Yeah.
So 2 more veterans. That Mr. Wang Jie and Mr. Chen Zhongrui, I believe they are so young, and in the future they also have plenty of chances to go back to outer space again, including maybe more missions to our Tiangong space station and also maybe possible missions to the lunar surface. So today we are not only preparing for our scientific research about our Tiangong space station. Next year we will launch our first test vehicle of our Mengzhou, or the next generation manned spaceship to dock with Tiangong space station, and also it will be the maiden flight of our Long March 10 launch vehicle. So that will be the version for low Earth orbit, and all these can be recognized as the preparation for our second millennium dream to walk on the lunar surface.
Both of you repeatedly mentioned the mice that our Taikonauts brought up to space, and we haven't seen any visuals of them being brought out of the return module.
It's still in the re-entry capsule. So, that today the capsule will also be brought back to Beijing by airplane, and that the application system is in charge of these experiments, including the biological study. So they will bring these mice out of the cabin and take good care of these 4 mice.
Yeah, that's also a significant part of the Shenzhou-20 mission. So, We watched the entire process of the return. It's pretty remarkable that our taikonauts are safely back home after extended stay in space. Overall, from your perspective, Professor Yang, what has been the biggest achievement of the Shenzhou-20 mission so far?
I believe this is the first time or a good example of our capability, our ability to facing the uncertainty. You know that today, with the threat of the debris becomes more and more serious. So sooner or later, as Professor Sui has mentioned, it do happen this time. And this time, we can have the best choice, and we have the all preparations, including the backup spaceship and the backup rocket, and with the choice of to take the Shenzhou-20 crew back home with the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft, and all these things go so smoothly. So it shows that we prepared to facing these challenges and these uncertainties, and in the future, I believe we can facing more things challenging. So today, also, this is a good example that we always recognize the safety and the life of our astronauts comes first.
Right. Our scientists have always had this contingency plans in place, and this, as you mentioned, Professor Sui, was the moment to really use it to try if it's going to work, if it works properly and safely for our taikonauts.
Right. And also, I want to say that this time, our two crews had longer time to work together and lead together in the space. And in the future, we have the expectation that there will be more and more people coming up to the space in our space station. So their work and live together for a longer period of time will also bring back valuable experiences facing towards, if there are more and more people living simultaneously in the space in our space station, what could be improved and what has been already satisfied.
The uncertainties that the crew overcame, and of course the the unexpected adjustment of the time schedule is a very important part, a valuable part of space exploration, because it really space exploration is a journey that takes us to the unexpected.
Yeah, the change of the schedule also is a challenge to all crew of the all systems, in not only the astronaut system, but also that the change also influences the ground staff, including the TT and C system, the astronaut system, the landing site system, together with Shenzhou spaceship and the station system. So the influence have impact in all systems, and we must have good prepare, or even sometimes with some rehearsal for this uncertainty. I can still remember that the astronaut, not only the Shenzhou-20 crew, but also the previous crew, have this kind of rehearsal if the station is impacted by a bigger debris and it is depressurized, we can keep the safety of our astronauts and have an emergency escape from the station.
Now, this, as we mentioned, was the 15th crewed Chinese spacecraft to space flight to space and the 20th flight overall of the Shenzhou mission. But apparently it got disrupted a little bit by the debris, the impact from the debris. So the upcoming mission, which is the Shenzhou-22, will be an unmanned mission. Do you see this disruption as a positive thing in China's space exploration programs?
Well, of course, everything have two sides. The advantage is that it's a strong evidence that we can facing this kind of uncertainty, and it is really safe enough. The whole station system is safe enough for our astronauts. The shortcoming, of course, we need to have an additional launch vehicle and an additional Shenzhou spaceship. But also, it brings a chance for us, that after the reaching of the Shenzhou-22 spacecraft to dock to the front docking port of our Tiangong space station, we will conduct the unmanned return of our Shenzhou-20 spacecraft. That this time, without astronaut inside, we can have more payloads to put into the re-entry capsule. So this is also a contribution to our scientific research. That today the uploading capability is much stronger than the downloading capability. So this is a problem. So in the future, if we can have stronger capability to bring more goods or samples from the station, it's also a good contribution to the scientific research.
I understand one of the missions of the Shenzhou-20 crew was to repair or install some shields on the Tiangong space station, preventing damage from space debris. So in the future, will there be more practices like this, experiments or EVAs like this for this purpose?
Yes, the original plan, and which has already been done, is the protection from the space debris for the space station. Yeah, so that has already been done, and so throughout the process, we gain a lot of new understandings of what could be good passive and active ways to deal with space debris. We're also actively looking to the emerging technologies to protect our vehicles and our astronauts from the unknown space debris. Dangerous.
Can countries collaborate or find some joint initiatives to mitigate the risks of space debris?
Well, that I work for the International Astronautical Federation. So the cleaning of the space debris is a very hot topic in many committees in our IAF community. Honestly speaking, it's difficult. You know that we need a lot of resources in active or a passive measure to clean to make it faster to drop from to the atmosphere. But all these need money. So one thing we can do now is to start. For the newly launched spacecraft, to the greatest extent, we avoid the produce of new space debris. That's what we can do now. But for cleaning the existing ones, so who will pay for that? So this is a problem. And also, in the international space community, we should have all these kind of regulations to prevent producing more space debris. And there is a very serious theory called the Kessler effect. So if the debris increases to a certain level, it will have a booming. So
escalating effect.
So at that moment, if that happens, the outer space will be no longer usable.
Both the Tiangong space station and the International Space Station have astronauts on board had to perform maneuvers to avoid any collision from space debris.
Exactly.
How serious is the situation?
Actually speaking, several years before, you know that all the space stations orbiting the Earth in the relatively low altitude. So in several decades before, it's not so serious because any space debris going down to this level, it will drop very fast. But because you know that today the total quantity of all debris is increasing so fast. So even at this altitude, very low, so there are still remarkable numbers of space debris. That's a problem. So in the future, I believe that at least now it's become worse and worse. So we must be facing this challenge, whether you like it or not.
Gentlemen, now let's take a look at the overview, the review of this mission. After over 200 days in space, the Shenzhou-20 crew is finally returning to Earth with a number of scientific breakthroughs to their name. During their stay, the taikonauts grew high-quality protein crystals that may support future cancer research, heated tungsten alloy to a new world record of 3,100 degrees Celsius, and observed long-lived metastable colloid structures in microgravity for the first time. The crew studied zebrafish, whose genetic structure is more than 70% similar to the human genome, generating valuable data on life systems in space. And they also raised a vegetable garden on board the Tiangong. After the Shenzhou-20 cargo craft delivered new extravehicular activity suits, the older suits were put through a service life assessment, producing important data for future spacewalks. Now, the crew completed 4 spacewalks and 7 payload transfers where they installed debris shield panels, auxiliary devices, and improved extravehicular activity efficiency. The Shenzhou-20 was due back on Earth on November 5th, but their return was delayed after a suspected micro-debris strike. So certainly a lot of breakthroughs in this mission, a lot of difficulties that our taikonauts had to deal with. Tell us about the experiments, especially on, the animals, the zebrafish, the mice, as well as growing vegetables, the study of plants in space. How valuable are these experiments?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so zebrafish experiment is one step ahead of the mice experiments. They were sending up earlier and spending quite some time in the space. As you just mentioned, that zebrafish in terms of the genome is pretty close to human beings. We have 70% overlap of the genome, and how would their biological behaviors and the potential possibility to get diseases like a variety of different cancers, and they're growing under different conditions, like in the space in low gravity, under some level of radiation, is largely unknown, and we cannot expect to be able to do those experiments on Earth, right? We want to use the space as a great new environment for us to investigate those unknowns. So it would possibly leading to the opportunities of, say, developing new drugs that in the future benefiting to the human cancer treatment or other diseases.
Yeah. You also mentioned the 4 EVAs carried out by the taikonauts of the Shenzhou-20 mission. What is the key challenge when they perform such spacewalks?
We've talked about the impact of the space debris to our spacecraft. It is more dangerous to our astronaut. You know that even the space debris with a size smaller than 0.1 millimeter, it is still dangerous for EVA spacesuit. So it can penetrate the spacesuit and hurt our astronauts. So you know that every time before an EVA, we will have a good preparation, including the calculation of the trajectory of the space debris to avoid any possible collision. But still, for these so tiny space debris, we cannot see them. So we can only strengthen our spacesuit, but it's not always work in all circumstances. So this is also one important challenge for all of us. So we can have all these kind of measures, and one thing we can do is that, before this mission, we do have, during the Shenzhou-20 mission, we do have a rehearsal that Mr. Chen Dong hold Mr. Cai Xuzhe. Mr. Cai Xuzhe act as he has been defunctioned with, for instance, maybe he was hurt by a space debris, and he can be brought back by Mr. Chen Dong. So we have this kind of rehearsal before. So this is also can be recognized as a good preparation for this kind of possibility. So in the future, we will not only improve our EVA spacesuit, but also do this kind of rehearsal and training for our astronauts.
And now let's get the latest with our reporter Sun Ye. Well, Sun Ye, of course, you've been following this very closely. The Shenzhou-20 crew has returned to Earth and exited the re-entry module, marking an end to their mission in space. And tell us what you were seeing there on the ground. Give us the latest.
The Shenzhou-20 crew have landed back home here on Earth. Now, their return was originally scheduled to happen on November the 5th, but was postponed due to a suspected impact from small space debris on the Shenzhou-20 spacecraft, and that spacecraft have since been declared unfit for the return mission. And now the 3 taikonauts have come back home to Earth aboard the Shenzhou-21 spacecraft. And the 3 taikonauts appear to be in good health and in high spirits. Experts here have confirmed that, and the 3, upon landing, they have repeated again and again that they are very proud to be part of this enterprise, and they are very, very thankful for all the people thinking of them. Now, as for all the people here at the Dongfeng landing site welcoming the 3 taikonauts home, they have been cheering really loud. They have been calling to the taikonauts, 欢迎回家, welcome home. 你们辛苦了. You've worked really hard. Now, the China Manned Space Agency had said that after the postponed of their return. Emergency plans and emergency measures have immediately been activated, and all through the whole process for working for their return, the guiding principle have been human life first and safety first. The Shenzhou-20 crew has altogether spent over 200 days in the space station, the longest for any Shenzhou crew, and they have completed a lot in their mission. They have had 4 space walks. They have installed debris protection device. They have set up external support systems. They had a range of scientific and technological assignments. That's a really long trip, and now they will rest, and they surely deserve a good rest.
Thank you so much, Sunye, bringing us the latest from the landing site. And I'd like to thank my guests here, Professor Yang Yuguang and Professor Sui Yanan. Thank you so much for bringing us your expertise in the past 2 hours. From orbit to home soil, the safe return of Shenzhou-20 crew closes another chapter of courage and precision and opens the next in China's space exploration. A fiery re-entry, a gentle landing, and a powerful reminder that our journey beyond Earth is only just beginning. The desert winds of Inner Mongolia welcome home the taikonauts of Shenzhou-20, a mission that brings humanity one step closer to the stars and to greater cosmic adventures ahead. We're going to leave you now with some of the key moments from this journey. Stay tuned on CGTN.
深海的海况呢，可能不是岸上的人所能轻易想象的一个事情。就是风大浪急嘛，你深海的浪呢，有时候可以达到20多米的这么一个高度。在这个行业下呢，海洋装备呢遭受了越来越严酷的一些考验，还是付出了很多的代价。你比如像前几年美国墨西哥湾发生的深海地平线平台的一个爆炸起火的一个事件，这个带来的灾难比我们取得的价值呢要严重得多。大家看到的这个水池呢，是我们国家第一个海洋深水试验池，是目前世界上最深的一个海洋深水试验池。那么如何在实验室的条件下呢，把这种装备所遭受的海洋环境条件的冲击模拟出来，利用它来测试这种装备的安全性和可靠性，这里面包含了大量的科学问题和一些关键技术。那么在实际做的时候呢，我们要模拟海上的风浪流组合的这样一种复杂的海洋环境，从那个水波涟漪啊，到那个几十米的这个巨浪，我们都要进行模拟，而且它的模拟能力最短可以达到0.5米的波高， 那么通过数字比的这个换算呢，对应实际可能这个高达40米甚至50米的波浪。实际海上的这个洋流啊，它的分布那是很复杂的，从海洋的表面到深海，它的流速都不一样的。我们水池来讲是采用6层的这样一个造流系统，实现洋流的这个模拟。所以我们的造风系统、造流系统，还有我们的多单元造波系统，要同时去开起来，去模拟这样一个复杂海洋环境的耦合的这样一个作用。那么通过我们的设计呢，我们可以把我们需要测试的装备呢，按照一定的比尺，把它缩成为模型，把它放到我们这个水池当中来测试这个模型是否能在它所设计它要求它工作的这个海域能够正常的工作。最著名的就是这里的一个模型，这是我们国家第一座深水半潜式钻井平台——海洋19981，一个非常有名的这样一个名字。这个在海上的这个恶劣海况的作用下面，这个平台会产生非常显著的，高达可能有10几度的这样一个横倾啊。更重要的是，这个波浪打到这样一个浮体了以后，会产生我们称它为波浪爬升的现象。就这个波浪甚至会打到甲板上的这样一些重要的设备，都需要在这个实验室里面去进行测试分析，为这个设计提供依据。应该说，绝大多数的海洋都可以模拟得出来。深海油气开发的相关的海域的呢，都可以在这个水池进行非常完美的一个模拟。在21世纪初的时候，国际上的海洋油气的资源开发领域的最大水深是在3000米以内，所以当时呢，我们建这个水池呢，它的水深呢是定义在4000米的模拟能力。当然，随着这个海洋石油资源的开发，工作水深要向更深的这样一个海域去发展。我想，当然不排除未来建更大的实验的设施。当然，另外一方面，我们也可以利用现有的这样一些研究的设施，我们去解决未来这个更深水域的这样一些问题。就是我们现在已经在研发相关的这样一些技术。
Build a robot. Easy. Build a robot with soft parts. Still doable. Build a soft, bendable robot that can swim as well as a real fish. A much trickier task. Meet this new underwater species. The robotic manta ray created by Zhejiang University can swim up to 6 centimeters per second. That's twice as fast as the next best bot of its kind, and even faster than Michael Phelps, based on its less than 20 centimeter body length.
我们呢，实际想用这些基曲把它放到海洋湖泊来探测和监测它的一些水文的信息，可以非常抵近的去观察这些个海洋生物，勘测一些我们的渔业资源。
Well, the robot weighs in at around 90 grams, making it as light as a pair of sunglasses. Its body, its fin, and its tail are all made of silicone. Very soft, very stretchy. There's a small battery box to power the robots. And wait, where is the motor?
That's probably the trickiest part of engineering. With no rigid motor, the soft belly of this robot can flex when powered by electricity. It is probably the softest engine in the world. In fact, it works just like a piece of muscle.
我们鱼的中间用的这个材料呢，叫做这个介电弹性体，这是一种在电的驱动下会发生变形的人工肌肉。那这种材料呢，一般呢是由2层薄膜夹着中间1层导电的水凝胶所构成的。那么在一个电压的作用下呢，这个2层这个介电的薄膜呢，会发生像这个三明治一样，在厚度方向发生压缩，而在它的平面方向呢会扩张的这样的一个效果。如果我把电压撤掉，这个薄膜呢又会收缩回原来的状态。
Using such a motor underwater was thought to be impossible because the thick electrical insulation required would have hampered flexing ability. That's why Professor Lee and his team came up with a solution to counter this problem.
解决的方法呢，恰恰就是水。我们并没有把鱼的表面去跟水去隔绝，我们反而利用了水自身的一个导电的特性，用它来做我整个电路系统中的负极。凝胶的部分是带正电的，那水中的好多负电荷会被这个凝胶带正电的这个鱼的身体所吸引，从而可以让这个鱼的这个肌肉发生一个舒张和收缩的过程，带动了鱼鳍的扑动。最后我们得到的效果就是我们的机器鱼在这个电压的交变信号的一个作用下发生了扑动而往前游动了。
Imitating nature is harder than it looks like, but this artificial muscle technology can free designer from rigid constraints of construction, allowing us to dream a little bigger.
这样的一个软体的人工肌肉的驱动技术呢，它其实还能穿在我们身上或者编织到衣物当中。那比如说护膝用这个驱动呢，可以帮助老年人这个行走时的稳定性，而手套呢，可以帮助我们在有些户外活动时候我们的抓握力。那这一系列的软体驱动技术呢，可能在未来的机器人或者机械装备中带来一场技术上的革命。
In the past decades, the battery has reshaped our digital lives. Now they're going to bring a revolution to cars. New energy vehicles powered by lithium-ion batteries could reach from less than 100 kilometers 10 years ago to over 500 kilometers today. But replacement of combustion engine cannot be happen overnight.
你加一次油大概只要3到5分钟的时间，但是我充满电的时间可能至少需要半个小时。
Everyone's waiting for the arrival of a new super battery that can charge us as quickly as you can fill a tank. And we're now closer than ever. A battery has the cathode and an anode, and a separator in between to keep two electrodes from touching each other and shorting the circuit. All of them soaked in the electrolyte. When discharging, anode releases electrons which will travel through the circuit and do the useful thing, like powering your device. After that, electrons will be absorbed by cathode when they arrive.
对于负极材料来说，目前已知的所有的材料储能的能量密度最大的材料就是金属锂。
But you can hardly find a battery with a pure lithium anode today because it poses a potential threat. Let's explain from beginning. When a negative charge electrons flow through the outer wire, there is another flow of positively charged particles within the battery, called lithium ions. They will be housed in the layer of positive electrode, which act like an apartment building. As you recharge the battery, electrons and ions will be sent back the other way. When ions get back to the doorstep of a lithium anode, trouble is in store. Scientists have found that as time goes by, it will be more and more difficult for returning ions to be evenly distributed on the electrode. Instead, they will pile up on the surface, creating what has been called dendrite.
它呢会形成一些枝状的结构，就好像竹子从地表立起来一样，刺向正极。电子从电池内部走，形成了内短路。
An explosion is not what we want. So scientists have decided to replace the metal lithium electrode with a new apartment building, which is made of graphite. That makes a new battery with a name that you're more familiar with, the lithium-ion battery.
我们平时用的锂离子电池是吧？打开就是这个样子。
对，我们把外面的钢壳拆掉以后，就会暴露出来它的正负极材料的电芯。最上面这一层呢是正极材料，正极材料下面呢垫了一层隔膜，防止正极和负极发生短路。隔膜下面呢就是负极材料，商用的锂离子电池负极材料主要是用石墨。
石墨是一个具有层状结构的材料，所以当锂离子到了石墨负极的时候，
就不再是倾向于堆积在表面，而是会钻缝里去。
The special structure of graphite allows ions to travel freely in and out without creating any dendrite. That means the lithium-ion battery is safer than a plain lithium battery. But that comes with a price, less energy storage. And that's where a new alternative material comes in handy, black phosphorus.
对于石墨这款碳材料来说，它是6个碳原子才能容纳1个锂离子。磷这个元素可以容纳更多的锂，1个磷原子最多可以接收3个锂离子，所以高下立判。
Black phosphorus is not existing in the nature. It needs to be artificially produced in the lab by heating the more common type of red phosphorus to extremely high temperature. But this is not its biggest shortcoming.
就发现黑磷它在常规的条件下，这样一个层状结构的边缘不是特别稳定，这个结构呢就会塌，离子呢本来好好的门关了，它就进不去。
Scientists need to strengthen the structure of black phosphorus. That's where graphite, which was originally got rid of, has once again proved its value.
那自然而然的就想到了石墨这款材料，它又稳定，那也是一个层状结构，能把黑磷、石墨肩并肩的连在一起，进入了石墨里的这些锂离子，就可以顺理成章的通过这个桥进入黑磷。
Graphite and black phosphorus are put into this container. Rapid rotation mix them up and allows metal balls inside to hit the combination hard. At a certain moment, the magic happens. Metal balls hit both carbon and phosphorus atoms at just the right angle. Huge energy produced by the impact makes a new connection between them two. A new material is created.
手机里面用的这个负极材料石墨，那我们这个黑磷材料的它的容量相比于石墨能够提升4倍左右。放电结束的时候，我们这个负极材料能够达到1300毫安时每克这样一个质量容量。
如果说它能成功的商业化，并且找到合适的正极材料等等一系列材料匹配，应该可以在10分钟之内让电池充一次电，使这个汽车的行驶里程能达到600公里这样一个水平。包括我们的这个无人机技术，充电的时间以分钟为单位，那它的应用场景就可以跟着你自己的思想飞向远方了。
Well, that's all for today. If you have any comments, please let us know. And stay in touch with us on our website and social media platform. This is CGTN's Check It Out. We'll see you next time.
This is The World Today. Hello and thank you for joining us. I am Penina Karibe. Chinese President Xi Jinping has met with Thailand's King Maha Vajiralongkorn Phra Vajiraklaachau Yuhua in Beijing. The Thai King is on a 5-day state visit to China. This is the first visit of a reigning Thai king to China since the two countries established diplomatic ties 50 years ago. Wu Haojun has more.
Chinese President Xi Jinping held a welcome ceremony for King Maha Vajiralongkorn Phra Vajiraklaachau Yuhua in the square outside the Great Hall of the People. A military band played the Thai royal anthem and the Chinese national anthem as a 21-gun salute was fired. King Maha Vajiralongkorn, accompanied by President Xi Jinping, reviewed the Guard of Honor of the People's Liberation Army and watched the march past. President Xi met with the Thai king after the welcome ceremony. The Chinese president said King Maha Vajiralongkorn chose China as his first major country for state visit, and that he is the first Thai king to visit China since the two sides established diplomatic relations, which fully demonstrates the great importance he attaches to bilateral relations and the profound sentiment of China and Thailand as one family. President Xi expressed his condolences over the passing of Queen Mother Sirikit and noted that the Thai royal family and China have a deep bond. He said China highly appreciates the Thai royal family's contributions to promoting friendship between the two countries. President Xi said this year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of China-Thailand diplomatic relations and the golden jubilee of China-Thailand friendship. Highlighting their close relations over the past half-century, Xi said he stands ready to work with King Maha Vajiralongkorn to steer the China-Thailand community with a shared future toward even greater progress over the next 50 years. Xi said the fourth plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee has reviewed and adopted proposals for China's 15th five-year plan, which will focus on promoting high-quality development and expanding high-standard opening up, with Thailand also at a critical stage of national development and revitalization. China is ready to strengthen strategic synergy with Thailand, steadily advance major projects including the China-Thailand Railway, import more quality agricultural products from Thailand, and expand cooperation in emerging areas like artificial intelligence, digital economy, and aviation and aerospace. She also called for promoting cultural integration and people-to-people exchanges to bring the two peoples even closer. King Maha Vajiralongkorn said he's delighted to pay a state visit to China. Returning to China after many years, he said he could see tremendous changes and a brand new image of a modern and beautiful China. He congratulated China on its major socio-economic achievements and called the China-Thailand relationship one of brotherly cooperation. The king said Thailand hopes to actively learn from China's development experience, expand cooperation with China in various fields, and increase people-to-people exchanges.
This year marks 50 years of diplomatic ties between China and Thailand. The relationship has expanded steadily since diplomatic ties were established in 1975, with deeper cooperation ahead. China remains Thailand's largest trading partner. Bilateral trade reached nearly $134 billion in 2024, up more than 6% year-on-year. Both sides have signed a series of trade and investment agreements to help businesses operate more easily. China and Thailand are accelerating work on the China-Thailand Railway, which is a part of the larger China-Laos-Thailand network. The two countries have deepened cooperation in technology, education, tourism, and law enforcement. Last year, they agreed to mutual visa exemption for ordinary passport holders, giving another boost to people-to-people exchanges. With close coordination in regional frameworks such as ASEAN plus China, APEC and Langkang Mekong cooperation, China and Thailand are committed to building a more stable, prosperous and sustainable community with a shared future. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has met with Murat Natliu, assistant to the President of Kazakhstan for international investment and trade cooperation. Wang congratulated Natliu on his new appointment and said mutual trust between the two countries remains strong with broad prospects for future cooperation. Wang said China is ready to deepen their traditional friendship, advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, and expand collaboration in sectors including green minerals, nuclear energy, and artificial intelligence. This will enhance the country's permanent comprehensive strategic partnership. Natliu reaffirmed Kazakhstan's support for the global governance initiatives proposed by Chinese President Xi Jinping. He said Kazakhstan is willing to work closely with China to implement the consensus reached by the two countries' leaders, as well as to deepen practical cooperation and promote stronger people-to-people exchanges. The 13th China-Europe Forum is underway in Brussels. China's ambassador to the EU, Kai Run, called for greater consensus and cooperation between the two sides during his speech. The high-level event has brought together nearly 500 participants, including representatives from political, business, academic and media circles in China and Europe. William Denslow reports from Brussels.
More than $800 billion worth of goods flowed between China and the European Union last year. A slight decline from 2023, but they remain each other's second largest trading partners. China's ambassador to the EU has called for deeper cooperation.
Differences and frictions are inevitable. The key is to implement the important consensus reached by our leaders and resolve these issues properly through dialogue and consultation.
This annual forum, hosted by the Friends of Europe think tank, provides a platform to discuss these frictions. EU officials have called for a level playing field, especially when it comes to export controls, intellectual property protection and technology transfers.
Our overall line continues to be a nuanced one. Openness will be preserved wherever possible, and limitations will be inserted where necessary.
Beijing, meanwhile, has warned against the EU's use of protectionist policies that the bloc says are needed to safeguard European industry. The European Commission is working to remove a duties exemption for low-value goods, a move seen as a bid to counter the import of Chinese products sold on e-commerce platforms like Shein and Temu. The Commission says it's a bid to protect the competitiveness of European businesses, but critics say it's consumers that will pay the price.
We will urge that the Commission to reconsider the cost on the consumers and to see if there are other more rational ways to deal with, to balance all kinds of considerations.
A new report from China's Chamber of Commerce to the EU suggests that 81% of Chinese enterprises in Europe are seeing rising unpredictability in the business environment. This year marks 50 years of diplomatic ties, and both EU and Chinese officials say they're committed to dialogue to help navigate through these trade disputes. William Denslow, CGTN, Brussels.
China has summoned Japanese Ambassador Kenji Kanasugi over remarks made by Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi related to the Taiwan region. Chinese Vice Foreign Minister Sun Weidong said the Japanese leader's remarks constitute a blatant interference in China's internal affairs, a challenge to China's core interests and infringement on China's sovereignty. China firmly opposes and will not tolerate such remarks. Sun stressed that the Taiwan question is at the core of China's interests and is a red line that must not be crossed. He urged Japan to immediately correct its wrongdoing and retract unjustified remarks. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. It is also the 80th anniversary of Taiwan's restoration to China. Beijing says Japan must fully repent for its war crimes and stop playing with fire on the Taiwan question. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba and other ex-leaders have rejected Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's remarks on Taiwan, where she hinted at possible Japanese military intervention in the Taiwan Strait.
Regarding the Taiwan question, successive Japanese governments have consistently refrained from making decisive statements akin to, if a certain situation arises, we will take such action.
Speaking on a radio program, Ishiba said Takaichi's remarks were almost equivalent to, quote, if there's something wrong in Taiwan, there's something wrong in Japan. Meanwhile, former Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama said Takaichi is talking crisis to justify military expansion. He added that the Taiwan question is China's internal affair. Former Prime Minister Yoshihiko Noda also called Takaichi's remarks a risky and reckless move. CDP lawmaker Ichiro Ozawa warned that Takaichi's rhetoric fuels tension and is extremely dangerous for Japan's future. Russia's Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu also hit back at the Japanese Prime Minister's comments, saying Tokyo is willing to sacrifice its national interests to please the United States. The return capsule of the Shenzhou-21 spaceship has touched down at the Dongfeng landing site in North China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. Shenzhou-20 crew members Chen Dong, Chen Zhongri and Wang Jie have all safely and successfully exited the return capsule and are in good health. The taikonaut spent 204 days in orbit, setting a new record for the longest in-orbit stay among Chinese astronaut crews, according to the China Manned Space Agency. The Shenzhou-20 was due back on Earth on November 5th, but their return was delayed after a suspected micro-debris strike. While the 43-day U.S. government shutdown has ended, partisan tensions remain high. President Donald Trump has blamed Democrats for the shutdown, which he says cost the economy $1.5 trillion. Democrats say they'll keep fighting for affordable health care, a key demand that prolonged the impasse.
For the past 43 days, Democrats in Congress shut down the government of the United States in an attempt to extort American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars for illegal aliens and people that came into our country illegally, from gangs, from prisons, from mental institutions. This cost the country $1.5 trillion, this little excursion that they took us on. Republicans never wanted a shutdown and voted 15 times for a clean continuation of funding.
House Democrats will continue to fight to make your life more affordable. House Democrats will continue the fight to address the Republican health care crisis, and House Democrats will fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. This fight is not over. We're just getting started.
We'll leave it there for now on this edition of The World Today. I'll be back shortly with more news from across the continent and Africa Live. I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for watching. The UN vows to work with African Union for closer action on peace and development. RSF paramilitary pushes east in new escalation in Sudan. And Africa CDC says the continent is experiencing its worst outbreak of cholera in 25 years. This is Africa Live. Hello and thank you for joining us. I am Penina Karibe. The UN and the African Union have called for greater African representation in global decision-making. This follows the 9th AU-UN Annual Conference in New York on Wednesday. The leaders of both organizations say cooperation between the AU and UN is key, given current crises on the continent and across the world. They also reaffirmed the organization's partnership in areas of peace, security and sustainable development. CGTN's Sophia Shimechero reports.
With rising armed conflicts, worsening humanitarian crisis, and declining respect for international law, peace and security remain top concerns across Africa. UN Chief Antonio Guterres warned that instability on the continent threatens global peace.
The world must not turn its back on Africa, home to nearly 1/5 of humanity. The stakes are too high and the potential is too great. Donors must step up with meaningful support for the vastly underfunded humanitarian response plan. Combatants must stand down so peace agreements can be implemented without delay.
Both the AU and UN say they are working closely on flagship peace programs, including the AU's campaign of silencing the guns by 2030. AU Commission Chair Mohamed Ali Yusuf stressed that UN reforms are critical for concrete actions.
The African Union is also committed to work with all parties and stakeholders at the United Nations to achieve a transparent, equitable and just reform of the UN Security Council. These reforms are indeed of paramount importance and would ultimately consolidate the multilateral system. Besides, our two organizations are faced with financial strains. We need to adapt our actions and programs to the new realities.
Guterres also emphasized that Africa's development is constrained by an unfair and outdated global financial system.
The time has come to reform this financial architecture so it reflects the world of today and better serves the needs of developing countries, particularly in Africa. It must become more inclusive, representative, equitable and effective. And this means giving developing countries more meaningful participation in global financial institutions.
In the meantime, Yusuf says African countries have been looking for alternatives to reduce dependence on foreign aid.
I think the African continent has decided to take its destiny on its hands. And we are definitely working to increase the self-reliance. We are working to mobilize domestic resources for our development programs. And the whole rhetorics and narratives is changing.
The AU and the UN will convene their 10th annual conference next year in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The first annual conference was held in New York in April 2017, where the two organizations signed a joint framework for an enhanced partnership in peace and security. Sophia Shimechero, CGTN.
To the ongoing conflict in Sudan, a special session on the situation in and around El Fasher has opened at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva. Nations will consider a draft resolution which requests a UN fact-finding mission to conduct urgent investigations into recent allegations of human rights violations committed by the Rapid Support Forces and its allies. Since the RSF took over El Fasher last month, escalating violence, mass killings and massive displacements have been reported in the city. UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has urged the international community to take urgent action to prevent continued large-scale violations. Meanwhile, civilians fleeing the conflict in Sudan have narrated harrowing stories of RSF atrocities against them. Survivors say the fighters also tortured and murdered people right in front of them. After capturing El Fasher, the capital of North Darfur state last month, the RSF is now moving eastwards into the Kordofan region. There are reports of escalating drone strikes and new troop deployments. Caroline B. reports.
The Kordofan region is comprised of 3 states. It is a buffer between the RSF's western Darfur strongholds and the army-held states in the east. That region is now a new epicenter of the conflict, reigniting violence. Last month, the RSF seized the town of Bara in North Kordofan state from the army, a crucial strategic link between Darfur and central Sudan. And with it came widespread reports of atrocities.
My father was in the house when the RSF entered. He resisted them and they took him out. He was shot in front of the door, in his leg. He bled to death. I was hearing all of this, but I could do nothing. These people were beating me, torturing me. I could not feel anything. My body was numb.
Another survivor, Khalil, fled to Omdurman in eastern Sudan after surviving RSF violence. While he was wounded in his arm, he says one of his friends was shot in both legs and bled to death.
We were a group of youth, 8 or 9, sitting in our neighbor's house. The RSF came in and said, "You celebrated with the army and its leader. We have to kill you all." They took our phones, money, everything. One of my friends in the army t-shirt was killed with 4 shots.
The atrocities in Kordofan are a repeat of the violence that afflicted the Darfur region. Those who are displaced from El Fasher have described the horrors they saw and the ordeal of their journey as they fled the city.
There were bodies in the streets, some decomposed. Some were being dragged by dogs. There was shelling. All types of weapons were used. There is no weapon we didn't see.
Many of the survivors are still shaken from the ordeal.
The RSF held their rifles and said they have the right to kill us. They were searching us all over, even our underwear. If they found a pound, they will take it. The searching, hitting and humiliation was torture. Some died, others lived, and others were lost.
In both Kordofan and El Fasher, tens of thousands of people have been displaced and many more remain unaccounted for. Both the RSF and the army have been accused of mass atrocities, but each side has denied the claims. Last week, the RSF accepted a U.S. ceasefire proposal after international outcry over mass killings in El Fasher, but the army is yet to agree to it, and that standoff means continued suffering for the people of Sudan. Caroline B., CGTN.
Naba Muhyiddin is in Port Sudan and joins us live for more. Naba, Kordofan region appears to be the next battleground for the RSF and Sudan army. How important is the region and what does it mean to the ongoing war?
Thank you, Benina. Actually, Kordofan is strategically vital as it links Darfur to central Sudan. So it's important because also it has key supply routes there, and it also links Sudan to South Sudan. It shares borders there, and it sits on very important oil infrastructure. So if the fighting intensifies there, it will mark a new expansion of the war to the geographic heart of the Sudan. Kordofan is important for both for RSF, of course, and for the Sudanese army. Whoever controls or gain control in or ground in Kordofan, of course, it will strengthen logistics and also make new political leverage for the side that will control Kordofan, and also, of course, for RSF, it will consolidate their Western empire. So it has a lot of importance, strategic importance, geographic importance, and for the fighting, it's a decisive turning point to the fighting in the country.
All right, Naba, thank you for that. Naba Muhyiddin, live for us there in Port Sudan. Now, the RSF consolidated its grip over the Darfur region last month, but humanitarian access there is still limited. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio raised fresh concerns this week. The UN says it has been sounding the alarm for a long time about the worsening crisis in El Fasher, which the RSF besieged for 18 months before finally taking control in October. CGTN's Joy Kiruki-Juma has more.
El Fasher, a city once seen as a refuge in Sudan's Darfur region, is now at the center of deepening international concern. After the Rapid Support Forces seized control of the city, thousands of civilians are missing, and conditions on the ground continue to deteriorate. At the United Nations in New York, spokesperson Stefan Dujarric said the crisis is neither sudden nor unexpected.
We've been talking and raising the alarm on the situation in Fasher for a long time. As you know, it is a place where there was famine. It's a place that has been bombed. It's a place that has suffered from floods.
Dujarric was answering questions from reporters when asked about U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's concern over El Fasher's takeover. In response to Rubio's call for a halt to foreign military support to the RSF, a senior advisor to the RSF's commander accused Rubio of undermining ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire. He said any move to choke off military supplies could heighten tensions and stall fragile diplomatic progress. For the people of El Fasher, however, the political back and forth offers little relief. With thousands still trapped in the city and humanitarian access severely limited, UN officials warn the time is running out.
We're trying to do whatever we can to help those who have made it out. And the reports we've received from those who've made it to Tawila and other places are horrendous to say the least. And I think we can only, I don't know if we can even imagine what we will find when we get access to El Fasher.
As international pressure rises, the question remains, can global diplomacy stem the violence before the crisis deepens even further? For now, El Fasher's fate hangs in the balance. Joy Kiruki Juma, CGTN.
The UN also warns that funding shortages are deepening the crisis in Sudan, leaving it unable to help tens of thousands of people fleeing the conflict. UN data shows that the International Organization for Migration's appeal for $229 million for Sudan this year is less than 10% funded. Around 12.5 million Sudanese had been displaced within and outside the country as of mid-October, with an additional 140,000 others fleeing attacks on El Fasher and towns in the Kordofan region. The IOM on Thursday said humanitarian teams were facing depleted supplies to help civilians caught up in the conflict that has been described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
Sudan is the world's biggest displacement crisis, but the funding, the resources that are available to support people in need are nowhere close to the need. So we've just shipped out our last 35 tents from a warehouse. We have another 2,000 that are in customs right now, but you think about the scale of the need I've described to you, it's nowhere close. That means that more people are moving time and time again in search of that safety, in search of that stability. And for example, we have seen an increase in the number of Sudanese end up in places like Libya as they're increasingly looking for ways to find some kind of protection.
In Ghana, at least 6 people have died and several others were injured in a stampede in the capital, Accra. The incident happened during a military recruitment exercise at the El-Wak Sports Stadium on Wednesday. According to the Ghanaian Armed Forces, an unexpected surge of applicants breached security protocols and rushed into the gates ahead of the scheduled screening. It added that the injured were receiving emergency care at a military hospital.
When they opened the gates, you see most of the people were rushing. Some fell down, some may die. The ambulance came and picked some people, go to the hospital. The person who is scanning all the document and the rest, it's only one person who is scanning all Air Force, Navy, and the Armed Force. So please, I'm pleading them, they should group us according to the categories. If you are in Navy, you should go to the Navy side. If you are in Army, you go to the Army. If you are in the Air Force too, you go to the Air Force. That's what I want to tell the authorities.
Africa's CDC has said the continent is facing its worst cholera outbreak in 25 years. The institution attributed the rise in cases on fragile water systems and conflict. It said it had recorded about 300,000 cholera cases and over 7,000 deaths so far this year, a more than 30% increase compared to last year. It added that the outlook in conflict-stricken areas remains concerning as the disease is spreading quickly in overcrowded camps with poor sanitation. Cholera is a severe and potentially fatal diarrheal disease that spreads when sewage and drinking water are not adequately treated. In its briefing on Thursday, the health agency also said the mpox outbreak was declining in some of the worst hit places, but remained a concern in countries like Kenya, Guinea, Liberia and Ghana. Countries around the globe are marking World Diabetes Day today. The theme this year is diabetes across life stages and focuses on both physical and mental well-being. In Ethiopia, where doctors say the burden of diabetes is increasing in society, managing the disease goes beyond medicine. For some, it's about ensuring they get the right balance in their daily life, from their diet to their activities. CGTN's Becca Atoma has more from Addis Ababa.
For the nearly 2 million Ethiopians living with diabetes, each day comes with this unique set of challenges. But many of them try to ensure they get the balance right in remaining active while still properly managing their condition. Having been diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of just 1 year and 9 months, Ida Hadera found that balance very early in life.
I was given the opportunity at an early age to have discipline, not only in my diabetes, but also in my life. So it's kind of shaped me. So whenever I take care of myself, I have that discipline. It's my friend, it motivates me. But when I completely let go of myself, you can see it's like the fluctuation of the blood sugar level. The carelessness, I can see that, and that's why I call it my frenemy.
Ida is using her experience to improve public awareness about diabetes. She now volunteers with the Ethiopian Diabetes Association, counseling people of all ages, from teenagers to adults.
Teenagers, when you talk to them, majority of the time the problem that they face is their peer relationships. Some of them are not really comfortable opening up and telling their friends, I have diabetes, because they themselves are sometimes ashamed of it, which they don't need to be. When it comes to adults, usually stress, these emotional controls are the ones that are very challenging.
Awareness about diabetes has improved in Ethiopia in recent years, but doctors say the impact of the disease is being increasingly felt in communities across the country.
In Ethiopia, it is estimated that 4% of the adult population is living with diabetes. We are really witnessing a huge increase in the burden of diabetes over the past few years. And this has to do with economic growth and people adopting Western type of lifestyle, assuming a sedentary lifestyle and so on.
This is despite the fact that experts say some of Ethiopia's traditional meals can help control diabetes.
When it comes to diabetes, the most important thing is unhealthy diets, like, factory processed foods with a lot of additives, with a lot of sugar, and so on. And these foods, like fast foods, fried foods, are very deleterious to the health of the population, because they lead to increase in weight, and an increase in weight, which we call overweight or obesity, is an important risk factor for the occurrence of diabetes. So when it comes to our food, in fact, our local food, I would say, is very helpful to control diabetes and to reduce the burden of diabetes, because most of our food, it has a lot of fiber, vegetables, and cereals. So these are very important in controlling diabetes.
In Ethiopia, where faith shapes daily life, some of those managing diabetes have to find safe ways to observe deeply entrenched fasting traditions.
We don't categorically deny people from fasting, because it's very close to their heart, to their faith, and so on. So what we do is we try to categorize them into various risk categories, low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. Those, for example, who have badly controlled diabetes and who are taking insulin and who cannot measure their blood sugar levels at home, it will be very difficult and risky for them to fast. So we have to first educate them, bring down their blood sugar to acceptable levels, educate them properly, provide them with monitoring devices, then we can allow them to fast. But if they have really far advanced diabetes and complications, they will not be allowed to fast. And this is quite acceptable in all religions.
As the world marks Diabetes Day, Dr. Ahmed draws attention to a critical issue that continues to undermine the well-being of people living with diabetes.
According to the International Diabetes Federation survey, 75% of people living with diabetes have some sort of mental health issues, anxiety, depression, because they have to live with the challenge of diabetes in everyday life. So if they don't have supportive environment in their workplace, they will be prone, to burn out about diabetes. So it's important that employers know more about diabetes. We have to make sure that the environment is very inclusive, supportive, and not stigmatizing.
For many Ethiopians, this World Diabetes Day serves as a strong reminder of the need for increased public awareness about the disease, so as to ensure the well-being of those living with diabetes as they pursue their goals and hopes in life. Beka Atoma, CGTN, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
Ghana has abolished its COVID-19 health recovery levy and reduced its value-added tax in a bid to bolster economic growth. Finance Minister Glacial Forson, in his budget statement on Thursday, said the move would give back $520 million to businesses and households in 2026. He attributed the changes to detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders designed to modernize Ghana's VAT system and ease the cost of doing business. The government is forecasting GDP growth of at least 4.8% next year and said inflation had slowed to 8% in October, a 10th straight month of decline. The West African nation's GDP grew 6.3% in the first half of this year, up from 5.3% last year. Mining ministers of Botswana and Angola recently held talks in Gaborone as both countries have shown interest in acquiring diamond giant De Beers. The world's leading diamond company has struggled to maintain its shine as lab-grown alternatives gain ground. The two Southern African countries are now seen as potential bidders for the prestigious company, which has dominated the global market since the late 1880s. CGTN's Julie Shire reports.
The possible sale of De Beers could reshape Africa's diamond industry and signal a new chapter for two of its biggest producers, Botswana and Angola. De Beers has led the natural diamond industry for more than 130 years, but falling prices and competition from synthetics have prompted UK-based parent company Anglo-American to consider selling its $5 billion brand.
I think it's actually very interesting that Angola and Botswana both are bidding to acquire Anglo's stake in De Beers. Obviously, Botswana already has a stake in De Beers of 15%. and it had initially vied for Anglo's stake. But I think, with Angola also vying for that stake, it presents an interesting shift in Southern Africa's diamond industry.
Botswana has produced some of the world's largest and rarest diamonds and is backed by Oman's sovereign wealth fund.
I would suggest raising the government Botswana shareholding from 15% to 26%. And the reason for that is, besides it being less costly than buying the whole company, under relevant company law, 26% gives the shareholder a blocking minority in the sense that it's not in majority control, but if you've got 26%, the other shareholders are restricted in what they can do.
Angola's state diamond company, Indiama, has also been linked to a possible bid as it looks to strengthen its position in the natural diamond market. Mining ministers from Botswana and Angola recently met to discuss diamond cooperation but have not disclosed details of their talks. Former De Beers executives, Gareth Penny and Bruce Cleaver, are also said to be among the interested parties, though De Beers itself has not commented publicly.
I don't believe it would be a good thing for Angola or Botswana, or a combination of Angola and Botswana, to own a majority stake in De Beers. It should be an executive who is steeped in De Beers, who understands marketing and can turn this industry around.
The potential sale of De Beers could reshape Africa's diamond future, but analysts warn the road ahead will be rough. With the industry in decline and U.S. tariffs looming, the market may keep shifting towards lab-grown stones. Chilishara, CGTN, Luanda, Angola.
Let's head over to the U.S., where a federal court in Chicago has ordered Boeing to pay more than $28 million to the family of Shika Gag, a UN environmental worker who was killed in the 2019 crash of a 737 MAX jet in Ethiopia. According to the family's attorneys, the parties struck a deal on Wednesday where Gag's family will receive $35.85 million. This is the full verdict amount plus 26% interest. Meanwhile, Boeing will not appeal. The verdict is the first in dozens of lawsuits filed in the wake of that crash and another in Indonesia in 2018, which killed 346 people combined. A statement from Boeing said the company was deeply sorry to all who lost their loved ones on the two flights. Gag was 32 when Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 crashed just a few minutes after takeoff in Addis Ababa. The lawyers alleged the 737 MAX plane was defectively designed and that Boeing failed to warn passengers and the public about its dangers. The U.S. plane maker has settled more than 90% of dozens of civil lawsuits related to the two accidents. Kenya has hit a historic milestone, with remittances from its diaspora rising above 1 trillion Kenyan shillings or $7.7 billion as of November. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, described the achievement as a significant contribution to Kenya's economy. The Foreign Ministry reported that since 2023, over 430,000 Kenyans have gained employment abroad through bilateral labor agreements, along with access to thousands of digital jobs. Central Bank of Kenya data indicates that diaspora remittances increased from $4.2 billion in 2023 to $5 billion in 2024, culminating in the record-breaking $7.7 billion this month.
From the meeting that I've just come from at the Kenya School of Government, this figure has actually now hit $1 trillion. Kenyans in the diaspora have, as at November 2025, now remitted, hit the 1 trillion mark. That is a very, very significant amount of money, which is critical to helping keep our currency strong.
The annual Global Carbon Budget report shows that global fossil fuel emissions are now on track to hit a record high in 2025. It warns it is now almost impossible to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. An international team of scientists says carbon emissions will be 1.1% higher this year than a year ago. They conclude the massive rollout of renewables like wind and solar is still not enough to keep up with the world's growing energy demand. With emissions from oil, gas and coal all projected to rise, the total is expected to reach a new peak of 38.1 billion tons. The failure to cut emissions is casting a shadow over the UN Climate Change Conference in Brazil. Global researchers are now urging all nations to significantly strengthen their climate action plans. You're watching Africa Live. Coming up in sports. Nigeria beats Gabon while the Democratic Republic of Congo stuns Cameroon to reach the 2026 FIFA World Cup African Playoff Final.
The greatest journeys, the greatest sights, the greatest adventures.
Here in Kanata, this weir allows the locals to walk on water.
We're far more than just TV news. We're your passport to the wonders of Africa. So let's explore. CGTN. See the difference.
We begin with football news. Nigeria advanced to the final of African playoffs for the 2026 FIFA World Cup following a dramatic 4-1 win over Gabon after extra time. Nigeria, who enjoyed the better of the semi-final tie, had seemed on course to win in regulation time after Akor Adams pounced on a poor back pass to give Eric Chele's side the lead in the 78th minute. But Gabon levelled in the 89th minute through Mario Lemina's deflected shot to send the game to extra time. Nigeria's Chidera Ejuke and Victor Osimhen struck in the first period of extra time. Osimhen then grabbed his second goal of the evening 5 minutes into the second half of extra time to book a place in Sunday's playoff final. Later on, Chancellor Mbemba was the hero with the late winner as the Democratic Republic of Congo beat Cameroon 1-0 to set up a meeting with Nigeria in the final of African playoffs for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The Leopards captain ghosted away from his marker to convert Brian Sipenga's deep corner in the first minute of stoppage time and upset the 5-time continental champions. The Leopards' win ensures they book their spot in Sunday's final against Nigeria, in the process eliminating Cameroon, who holds the African record for the most appearances at the World Cup with 8. Kylian Mbappe scored twice, while Liverpool's Hugo Ekitike got his first goal for France as they secured a place at the 2026 World Cup with a dominant victory against Ukraine. After a goalless first half, the hosts ran riot in a dominant second period with a glut of goals kick-started when they were awarded a spot kick after Michael Olise was fouled inside the box. Mbappe stepped up to send a chipped penalty down the middle as goalkeeper Anatoly Tribin committed to a dive. Olise then doubled France's lead in the 76th minute before Mbappe scored his second of the game and the Blues' third in the 83rd minute. Ekitike wrapped up the win for France, scoring the fourth goal in the 88th minute to book their spot in next year's World Cup.
I understand that it is logical and normal for the French team to qualify, but there are always opponents. And today, we did what was needed. We could not qualify before, moreover. So as soon as we had the opportunity, a lot of pride, of course, for the whole group, the staff who are by my side. It should not be trivialized. We don't trivialize, but I am not very expressive. I recognize that, especially here, in my life, maybe a little bit more, thankfully. So yes, there's a lot of pride and I appreciate it.
Cristiano Ronaldo was sent off for the first time in international football as Portugal missed the chance to secure World Cup qualification with a surprise 2-0 defeat by the Republic of Ireland at Aviva Stadium. After Troy Parrott's first half double for the home side, Ronaldo was initially shown a yellow card for swinging his elbow into Irish defender Dara O'Shea's back on the hour mark. However, the Portugal captain's card was upgraded after the video assistant referee advised referee Glenn Neighbourg to review the incident on the pitchside monitor. It was Ronaldo's first red for Portugal in his 226th appearance. Victory would have sealed Portugal's place at next year's finals with a game to spare.
He's just a captain that's never been sent off before in 226 games, so I think that just deserves credit. And today, I think it was a bit harsh because he cares about the team. Is 90 minutes in the box, or 60 minutes or 58 minutes being grabbed, being pulled, being pushed. And obviously when he tries to get away from the defender, I think the action looks worse than what he actually is. I don't think it's an elbow, I think it's the full body. But from where the camera is, it looks like an elbow. But we accept it.
A set of blockbuster fixtures are lined up in the group stage of the CAF Champions League. The defending champions, Pyramids FC of Egypt, will face off with 7 former African champions, including Moroccan giants RS Berkane, in what has been billed as the season's best rematch. CGTN's Adel Mahroui has more.
The rise of Pyramids to the helm of African football has been meteoric. Formed in 2018 after acquiring what was known as Al Asyuti FC, the team has reached the peak of African football competition and won the CAF Champions League within 6 years.
It's a figurative passing of the torch. Like you could always see Al Ahly and Zamalek taking all the African trophies, but in the recent years, especially after Pyramids has been included in the Egyptian Premier League, they have finished always behind Al Ahly as the second place switch. So Zamalek is out of the picture and it's really passing of the torch towards Pyramids.
The club was formed quickly, so there was no harmony among the players. There was no identity, not even within team formation. With the time, they have gained experience. The management understood what to do and what not to do. And after about 4 seasons, they have managed to win on both African and domestic levels.
Pyramids' introduction to the CAF Champions League was disastrous. They finished at the bottom of its group in the 2023-24 season, but rose up quickly to win the 2024-2025 season's CAF Champions League. Analysts believe the best is yet to come from the club.
I think it will go on respectively within the management, because also they are bringing in within a very strong squad, and also financially they are the only team that pays the players within the foreign currency with the US dollars. So there is a stability, there is a lot of financial power funded by the UAE now. And as you can see, they brought, for example, Everton, the Brazilian winger. Juritic wasn't so convinced with the performances of the player, and he benched him. He put him on the bench, and he brought another Egyptian players. Pyramids will continue to show a great deal of progressive football.
The CAF Champions League holders have been drawn in Group A alongside Morocco's RS Berkane, Nigeria's Rivers United, and Zambian side Power Dynamos.
It's a well-balanced group. Pyramids should easily proceed to the knockout stages, which will be more difficult. But at the moment, the club is not at its best. Despite good performance and a new coach, it has many injuries. But they have a chance to upgrade during the January transfer window.
Pyramids FC's latest setback came during the ongoing Egyptian Super Cup in the UAE, where they lost to rival Zamalek in the semi-finals. In the Egyptian Premier League, they're only 3 points behind runners-up Al Ahly and 6 behind league's leaders Saramaka Cleopatra, with 3 matches to play.
I am not a Pyramids fan, but I see that they've managed to build a strong team. They have taken time to reach where they are today. Their coach has equally taken time to prove his worth. I think they are currently among the best teams in the continent.
In the African football powerhouse, Pyramids is a disruptor. Its rise to win the CAF Champions League not only threatens the continent's familiar racers to every year's trophy, it also inspires smaller teams who target it to get theirs, possibly creating fiercer competition to the continent's trophies. Adel Mahroui, CGTN, Cairo.
To the Caribbean now, and Jamaica eliminated Trinidad and Tobago in their CONCACAF final round Group B second leg qualifier at the Hesley Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain on Thursday. The Reggae Boys took the lead in the 53rd minute when Ronaldo capitalized on a slip by Trinidad and Tobago defender Andrew Raymond to fire into the bottom corner to make it 1-0. Trinidad and Tobago hit back late when substitute Kevin Molino fired home with 5 minutes remaining. The 1-1 draw now means Jamaica must beat group rivals Curacao in the final game. Curacao's 7-0 win over Bermuda in the other Group B game means Jamaica slipped to second, 1 point behind their Caribbean rivals.
There's always pressure. If we'd have lost tonight, if we'd have won, okay, then a draw would be enough. But there's going to be huge pressure. And that's why the fans are important, the supporters. The people of Jamaica are very important to us on Tuesday. And we will try as hard as we possibly can. Football's football. God willing, we get everything right and we get the result. And the World Cup dream is still on.
Elsewhere, the Haiti national football team edged Costa Rica 1-0 on Thursday night to keep the World Cup qualification hopes alive. AEK Athens striker Franz de Pirot touched home at the back post after a neat move down the left to earn Haiti a vital win in their quest to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Goalkeeper Johnny Placid made a string of fine stops late in the game as Costa Rica pushed for an equalizer. But Haiti held on to move joint top of Group C with Honduras on 8 points. Haiti play Nicaragua in the